Grello here. So this week Good evening. Hope everybody's doing well. I am fortunate to have viewers. I'm still surprised anybody watches me. See if I can figure out how to work this. OBS and I have not been getting along recently. Cool. How's everybody doing? Loop back at you, Stefan Milius. Viper Leo. You seem even-tempered. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. Also, it's not always a good thing. Like I always say on this channel, everything's a trade-off, right? The pros and cons to everything. There are pros and cons to be even-tempered. Especially as someone who has led teams before. I often get the criticism that it is hard to read me. That's not always good whenever, you know, somebody is trying to infer your demeanor in a conversation or whatever. Like, is he pissed off or is he happy? You know, there's situations where it's not good that you can't be read. But trade-off in some situations it's very good. I remember I was getting this really cool car this one time, and I was sitting at the dealer, and I was signing the paperwork, and I had kind of done all the searching and everything myself, and then the day of, you know, my better half showed up with me, and we were sitting there at the thing, and I mean, it was a cool car. And I remember the dealer turning to my wife and saying, does he ever get excited about anything? But like inside, like I'm jumping out of my skin, like I can't wait to ride this car, but they did not see that at all. And that's very normal for me. Better than being an easy man to read, you think? I don't know. I don't know about that. I think in some situations, yes. Some situations, no. Give me a second. They don't understand the mind of an engineer? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I think there's pros and cons. That's how my mind works. Questions up above. Are they talking about exclusive mode for everyone in general or just Rock Crusher? Yeah, right now it's just Rock Crusher. This, so Inside Star Citizen this week was the first time I heard CIG mention this, and I'm sure I've just been living under a rock and I kind of missed it, but it was the first time I had heard that, from them that we were getting this exclusive mode. And I heard it from you guys actually last live stream, last Saturday. Was the first time I actually heard about it from you all, but I didn't give it a whole lot of thought, you know what I mean? What's up, Connor? I just kind of let it roll off, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. But then when I heard them talk about it on ISC, I started to think about it more, and I was like, man, I don't know if I like this. And that definitely came out in that reaction I did to the Inside Star Citizen video, and I got quite a bit of comments, which prompted me to do a poll, and I just was really interested in how others perceive this, and I have concerns, and anyway, I want to talk about those today. And I wanted to bring you all into the discussion, so this is not so one-sided. But we'll get to that in a little bit. In just a few minutes here. Just giving people time to roll in. life became more complex, but also more interesting. Yeah. Possibly. Any bets on when or do we have any more information when 4.7 is going live? Is that your restream bot? This is what my restream bot. Oh, yeah. Whenever somebody leaves a comment on Twitter, it forwards it to YouTube and the people, not Twitter, sorry, Twitch. And the comments on YouTube also get forwarded to Twitch, so it doesn't matter which platform you're watching on, you see all the comments. It also gets forwarded to my Discord. So there's a channel on our Discord server where you can see all of the conversations as well. Which is what I conveniently use. Alright. I'm gonna slice this up and put this discussion on YouTube as well for all the people who don't like coming out to the live streams but enjoy watching it async on YouTube. Yeah, it's neat for some reason I never get live chat functionality on YouTube. Really? Huh. The two interfaces are definitely different, no doubt. I don't know what the, yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that would be the case. Yeah, I know you're on YouTube. I can see an icon on my display. It tells me where a person's chatting from. My YouTube audience tends to be larger than my Twitch audience. Probably just because I started on YouTube. I really don't know a whole lot about Twitch. I set it up with this Restream to do the multi-platform broadcasting and just kind of set it up and forgot about it. It just works, which is really cool. Happy Saturday, Zacker. Thanks for coming out, man. Also a systems engineer's order? Awesome, dude. All right. Let's start to dig into this. This is sure to provoke passionate feelings on multiple sides here. So, for anybody who doesn't know, Inside Star Citizen aired on Thursday. CIG mentioned that the new mission types that are coming out, which are going to be the Rockcracker missions, which I think they've now renamed to Breaker something or other, are going to have multiple modes. They're going to have an open mode and an exclusive mode. The open mode is what we've been used to in the sandbox up until now, where everybody can go to the facility and you can interfere with one another, and it's just kind of like an open world system. So if you go there and you try to activate the Rockcracker equipment, other players can come by. They can either cooperate with you and help you out, or they can try to kill you or interfere in some other way, right? Just like Hathor. Now, CIG is trying this new thing called exclusive mode. And what exclusive mode, how it works now is that you pay extra money. I suppose like the normal mode, you has a buy-in, right? And you get the coordinates for an open rock cracker area that other people can also get the coordinates for. In exclusive mode, you pay even more credits to buy into this activity, and you get a rock cracker area that they will not give other people the coordinates to. Now, there's currently ways for other people to get those coordinates, but let's ignore that for now, because I think the intent is that this eventually becomes instanced. It's just that CIG does not have the instancing technology online yet to truly instance this. So you pay more money, a lot more money from the sounds of it, to get exclusive rights to this rock cracker instance. You go there, you do your thing, there's no risk, no danger of other players. Eventually, there will be no risk of other players interfering with you, killing you, PvPing you. You just get a really nice, safe, relaxing PvE experience where you extract the resources from this area and then you take them away, right? Now, again, caveat that with, that's not the case right now. There are ways for players finding those coordinates right now, but in the future that won't be the case. Other players can still find you currently, Connor, because it's not truly instanced yet. But from what I understand, the idea is that in the future it will be entirely instanced and there will be no way for other players to find you. Yes, Zorander, it is related to Rockcracker specifically for now, but it would be not very much of a stretch to think that this is kind of like the first implementation of a system like this, and it would extend to other systems in the future, other activities in the future, right? Now, I reacted to this ISC and I said I didn't like this, you know, for a lot of reasons. And I got quite a few comments. I wanted to go through some of these comments. First of all, I also did a poll. Here, you can see the results of the poll. Exclusive mode of Star Citizen is 48% of people who responded said it's a great idea. Only 11% said it was a bad idea, and 41% said they have no strong opinion on this. So almost half of everybody out there, at least in my audience, thought they really liked this. And in general, the sentiment seems that you need to have both, right? That players don't want to be forced into PvP. They want to be able to have kind of a chill, get in there and vibe experience, and I totally understand that. I am not anti that. I'll explain that more in a second. Personally, I'm not. Personally, if it's not instanced at face value, that doesn't seem too bad, but people would still be able to find you. Locking you away in safety is no good. That was my initial thought too, Connor. In fact, when someone finds someone's hideout or something, they do the data running, and it can be made into a mission. When orcs come online, those missions, yeah, that's possible. That's all much further out. I want to get deeper into why I think this is problematic, but first I really want to give the people who took the time to comment on this video, I want to go through some of these and talk about them. I said I had a strong initial reaction to exclusive mode. We had a lot of great conversations afterwards. I did end up coming up with a way that I think it could work, but I don't want to get into that right away. I want to first spend some time together kind of aligning on what's at stake, what the potential problems are, all that kind of thing before we start talking about solutions. I wouldn't be too worried about exclusive mode. They're more expensive by over quadruple than the shared contested ones. And I think it's reasonably fair that the most PvE-minded people can engage with it at a significantly reduced reward without worry about PvP. And I mostly agree with this comment, right? And when I express concern over insulating PvE and PvP from one another and allowing people to extract resources in complete safety. It's not because I don't want to give players the playstyle that they want. Right? That is not my intent. I understand that different people enjoy playing the games in different ways, and I commend CIG for wanting to cater to different playstyles and bring more people into the verse. But I think that we need to tread with extreme caution here, because I think it stands to negatively impact the longevity of the game, and that's my concern. I don't care about being able to kill people. I care about this game lasting a very long time, and that is the angle that I'm coming at this issue with. But I think it's really way too simple for people to jump to the other side of this debate and just immediately start talking about PvP versus PvE, and it tends to just derail this conversation. So I'm going to try really hard to keep us on track here. I understand. Now, another thing that they are doing to try to balance this is they're making it more expensive to buy in, one. And from what I understand, they're making the rewards less. Apparently, you might get higher quality ores and resources or whatever you get from the Rockcracker event from the open Whirlwinds than you will the closed Whirlwinds. I don't think that's much of a deterrent. I think that as people, we are always going to take the path of least resistance, almost always. And especially knowing that CIG is also talking about being able to refine lower quality resources into higher quality. People are already reporting that it's so much more consistent to go to the exclusive wins, extract what they want in relative safety, get out, right? It's kind of like you might have played other MMOs where you have an RNG chance of getting something, and you have a definitive way of getting something. Like you could go and farm this boss, and every time you kill him, you got a 5% chance of a drop, right? Or you could go and do this other thing and earn badges, and you know that once you've earned 100 badges, you get a guaranteed trade on this item. In my experience, most people will go the badge route instead of the percentage route, and that's why we say people will take the path of least resistance or the most known quantity path, and that's exactly how exclusive mode is going to work, right? Most people will opt into that knowing that, okay, I might not get 5% better resources, but I'm okay with that because I know exactly what I'm going to get every time. I'm struggling to understand the distinction between the perspective of exclusive mode being bad and whether PvE is bad overall. Struggling to understand the distinction. Which should not be the optimal way to do it. 100% agree with that. Removing the possibility of emergent gameplay is the problem. Yeah. I don't want to agree with PvE instance of Rockcracker. It should be difficult to find, but once found, Scarlet. JP Wood. I'm probably doing a bad job of explaining the difference, but we're going to get to that. Bear with me. I got some pictures ready to go. Okay. Exclusive mode is the single best thing. Yeah, okay. The risks being with exclusive contracts come with the NPCs you have to fight at the locations. These contracts should cost more and have smaller rewards than the shared contracts, but I think there's room in the game for both. I would love this to be the case. On the other hand, it's really fun to run into another player doing the same thing and team up, although I have also been camped by a group of murder hobos at the Onyx facility. Once reputation is more of a thing in the game, I hope that the murder hobo playstyle is much harder to do. Yeah, I think this was overall a great comment. I agree. I'm not here to take PvE gameplay away from people that want PvE. That is not, I'm not a PvPer out there looking to maximize the number of encounters that I might otherwise be able, and that's what people tend to think whenever I'm I'm saying about how I think there's problems or potentially problems with this approach. Like, that's not me. Like, I'm not even a PvPer. I'm just a person who wants to see this universe last a really long time. Okay. The only PvP I engage in is to defend whatever our organization is trying to do. If somebody tries to interfere with that, like, yeah, I'll PvP them. But I'm not out there looking for people to kill. That's not my vibe. The murder hoboing without consequence because we're missing mechanics to prevent it is kind of the main issue that resulted in us ending up where we are today. Yeah, and I completely understand that. And when I first heard this exclusive mode thing, I said, if this is an alpha construct that helps us until we have those other systems online, I'm totally fine with it. Right? Makes total sense. But if it's a permanent construct designed to facilitate a game that allows you to decide between zero risk or maximum risk, and the delineation is not enough, that's what I'm worried about. Reputation point is very good. PvP feels broken to me. It's rarely the case that finding another player randomly doesn't result in a fight to the death. Yeah, I think that's a good point, JP Wood. I mean, we need those systems online. I agree that PvP in the game sucks right now. Kind of. I've actually had quite a few good PvP encounters, but I know exactly the kind of player you're talking about. Yeah, sometimes multiple, yeah. We've definitely been interfered with by jackasses. I'm a bit on the fence of exclusive mode. I think if it was 100% instance, I would be more up in arms, but since it's a physical location, there's probably still a chance you can run into other players. This I agree with as well. If exclusive mode was actually a physical location space that other players had a chance of finding with some kind of scanning or whatever, like EVE works this way, right? And it's just that the NPC agrees not to give your location away to any other players, unlike the shared mode. I have no problem with that either. But I don't think that's the permanent. I don't think that's the direction. I think the direction is once instancing comes online, this will be instanced. I like the idea of exclusive mode only if there are cons that come with it. For example, a higher buy-in and less rewards. And they are doing this. But you would have, in order for this to not be the optimal way of extracting resources, the rewards would have to be abysmal, and nobody's going to like that either. The exclusive mode, the exclusive breaker thing is a tough one. The devs would know that a not insignificant number of players are not into PvP, and given there's already a lot of exclusive stuff locked behind PvP, e.g. contested zone loot, they might not want to alienate them further. I totally understand this. Or it could just be an alpha construct, as you said. I guess we'll find out when we get to 1.0. Yeah, we'll find out. I don't want to alienate PvE players either. I've read a lot of comments where they're like, hey, I'm a new dad, I have an hour a week to play. I don't want to get in there and worry about griefing or people interfering. I totally get that. Right? I am not anti-casual friendly game mechanics. I am anti-systems that will result in a game that does not have longevity. So the exclusive mission version is still a place anyone can get to as of now, yes. It's just you buy the mission. Okay, so this user is just explaining that this is currently a shared location. It's just they don't give the coordinates out to anybody else. I get that. If that was the permanent thing, I would not have any problem with this at all, but I don't think that's the permanent thing. It's fine with exclusive zone. I think this will be a mainstay in the 1.0. I think that's what CIG is thinking as well. Though they should make the location more protected, randomized, and spawn camping and other shenanigans. Yeah, and this goes back to this of what's happening in the P2 right now is people are doing things to be able to track you down, even though people are not giving out the location. So players figured out that some of these locations are being reused, so if they leave something there that they can quantum to, they can come back and harass you anyway. Stuff like that, right? But I expect that to all be temporary. I don't think it's instanced, not yet, but it's going to be. I'm so happy they are finally realizing we need stuff that can solve the issue between PvE and PvP players. Both can be catered. PvE don't need to be excluded from half the content because the game has PvP. Same as the PvP crew should not have to be limited because the game has PvE. But when it turns into PvPers ganking PvEers, they are forced to find a solution. I think this is a good step in that direction. And it might be. And this is coming from someone that's been here since the Kickstarter and back in the day when Chris talked about PvP Slider, letting us choose how often we would like to get involved in PvP. Because to be honest, I'm a bit tired of not being allowed to test the new content because it's been locked down by PvP players. Killing anyone, trying to get close and testing to it. And I'm not arguing that this is not a problem. Which is why I said if this was an alpha contract, I would totally understand. Alpha construct, sorry. Like if we are doing these things to buy us time until the other systems come online to help defend against exactly what this person is talking about, totally understand. No problem with that. But at the same time, as primarily a PvE player, I feel SIG needs to add more proper mechanics. During SIGCon 2024, they were talking about Pyra having these PvP locations to fight over, base building, etc. We don't have that. Yep. SIG has also been talking about reputation systems and Navy policing patrolling systems. We don't have that. Yes, this is all correct. And this is why I say, if this was a temporary solution to not having these things, totally get it. Basically, it all boils down to really important game mechanics still missing. 100% agreed. But I do feel we need to have both PvE and PvE locations. And in between PvP, VE locations. AKA, this is a great comment. In my opinion, UEE space should be full PvE unless true reputation systems, you're at war with another org, then middle ground space like Nyx. Yeah, no, they're going a little deeper into things right now. I would disagree with UEE being... I don't think, for the reasons we're going to get into, I don't think any space should be 100% safe. I think it should be 99.999% safe. I think a little bit of risk always needs to be there, but we'll get into that. Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Superficially, the Rockbreaker thing takes a while to do, especially without a one-pager. It just sucks so much to lose that investment due to PvP. Yeah, I totally understand that, JP Wood. I think every time you take the contract in a set period of time for exclusive, the mineral rewards should degrade. Not a bad idea. Black Wicket MMO devs keep making the same mistakes. SIG is no exception. If they continue to silo players from each other based on playstyle, it just fractures your player base and makes the MMO part irrelevant. I have concerns around that too, Black Wicket. I think I spent a lot of time thinking about this problem after my reaction and after a lot of the comments and feedback. And I think I can see some ways, but I just want to align on the problem before we talk about those. But in general, I agree with you. I won't really be up in arms if it goes away, but it does make the difference in whether I will try something or ignore something as a solo. Understand it, Commander Blander. And I would like to see ways for solo players to enjoy content, but I don't want it to impact the economy and become the way of doing something, if that makes sense, right? Because again, players will choose the path of least resistance. We know that. It's guaranteed. Also, this is going to make botting way easier, as an aside. That's where EVE gameplay works so good. You could live in high sec and mine tritanium, etc. Or in a risky 0.0 and trade. Trade made it all work. Exactly, Makimara. We're going to come back to that because the economy and trade is critical to this discussion. It's far more critical to this discussion than whether somebody enjoys PvE or PvP. It's, as I think as we'll get into, that's almost irrelevant. And I agree, EVE did this really well. But if you remember, high sec in EVE was not entirely safe. I spent a lot of time mining in high sec with no fear. But I can't say I was never ganked in high sec. It happened. It was an enormous risk for the ganker, and I think that was a good trade-off. I can see your point about exclusive mode being bad in the long term, but given the current state of the game, is exclusive mode a good thing? JP Wood, I think given the current state of the game, exclusive mode could be a good thing. Yes, I will concede to that. Absolutely. And I said that in my very first reaction to this. I said, if this is an alpha construct, then I have no problem with it. The only problem potentially is that people are going to get used to it, and then they're going to have a fight on their hands whenever it's if it's ever pulled away. Sorry for the book comment. Hey, is this yours? Oh, this is you, Macamary. I love it. It's a great comment. I think they specifically said that no one will ever be 100% safe from other players in SC. Not that they won't go back on that statement. Yes, they have said that in Ezebu, but if you're in an instance, you are 100% safe. Nope, freighter ganking and Jitta. Exactly. Regarding always taking the path of least resistance, is there not an element of risk reward that encourages player to take that risk? There is, JP Wood, but it has to be substantial. This goes back to me talking about like the badge versus drop. Like, wow. You could just look at World of Warcraft for a really good example on this. If you give players a badge system in which they can grind a shit ton of dungeons to accumulate enough badges to guarantee themselves access to an item, or you give them a path where they have to repeatedly farm a boss for a 5% drop chance, they're going to take the dedicated, guaranteed, I will have the item after 100 runs path every single time. Even if that 5% chance stands to save them a lot of time or get them a better item, doesn't matter. They may do that after they do the 100 runs. And there may be a small subset of players that does not follow that path, but I'm telling you, I have I've been around it, like I've seen it with my own eyes, like it's just and I think there's a lot of videos that you can watch from MMO developers out there that cover this exact topic, the path of least resistance. They describe it as water, right? Like just like water will take the path of least resistances, when you get enough humans together and you look at them in the aggregate, they behave the same way. Like they will go the path of least resistance in the aggregate. Yeah, I hate grinding, so I'm gonna go get that boss. Well, maybe you would, JP Wood. Not everybody's gonna do that. No place should be 100% safe, but consequences for criminal activity in high security spaces should be harsh. I agree. 100% agree. Loss of access, for example, until earned back with high effort. Well, something to remember, I think, is EVE has mining missions locations that are exclusive, even in high sec, if you get the rep up. They can be scanned down, though, Arcadia. There's no instanced mining locations in EVE Online, at least whenever I played. If they added that recently, that's a totally new thing. When I played, when you got an exclusive contract in EVE Online, that was still scannable space that somebody could get to. Yeah, I lost 2 stations on high sec, war deck, and it was real nice. Now I want to change my comment to the video. You make good points. Well, I'm not done yet. We're going to get further into this. I just wanted to start like kind of gathering the sentiment from the community, and then I wanted to go a little further on this. Consistency is king for farming. Exactly. Thank you. Consistency is king. And if you get a much more consistent experience out of exclusive mode, that's where 90% of the player base is going to be. And there might be a way to make that not a problem. We're going to talk about it. But I don't agree on PvE players being locked out of content. I don't want them locked out of content either. Because to be fair, but trade can solve this. Because to be fair, PvP today is 90% attacking PvE players. Yeah, well, that's because the game is in a bad state right now when it comes to law, and I totally agree. Which is why I said I'm fine with this as a temporary measure. I'm less fine with it as a permanent measure. 10% proper PvP fights, yeah, I get it. Especially solo. I think groups might have a different experience with this, but as a solo player, I totally can relate. And that's nothing exclusive to Star Citizen. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's happening in all games. More common today for people looking for an easy PvP reward. Yeah, I got you. Overall, this is a great comment, Mechamere. I agree with a lot of it. The only thing I don't agree with is space ever being 100% safe. I've been playing off and on for a few years. The big feature for me will be, okay, that has nothing to do with the topic, but appreciate the comment. As long as SIG balances these exclusive modes with worthwhile PvP activities, then it will be okay. Simple jump town type missions. Maybe. But I think we can't just assume that. Again, if like the way it's being described today, where you just get slightly better quality from the shared mode, that's not enough. That is not enough to make the difference. It would have to be vastly superior quality in vastly larger quantities. If the exclusive mode is even half of both of those things, that's going to be the way you go. I'm telling you. As someone who has played regularly for several years but never experienced a full Hathor run, I was super excited when I found out Breaker was going to have an exclusive mode. I get that higher risks should have higher reward and have nothing, and having both options can seem to undercut that. But in my opinion, they just need to make rarity of drops from the exclusive mode lower to balance some of it. We'll be very interested to hear more about why you feel this is bad for the game. Yeah, well, we're gonna talk about it. I got a picture to talk about it, but this is overall, yeah, I totally get the sentiment. I totally get the sentiment. But I think this has more to do with the fact that the systems are not in the game that we need to make the shared system better, right? Like if we had rock crackers in Pyro and rock crackers in Stanton, and you could go to the rock cracker in Stanton and be 99% safe, like would this opinion still exist? I think some people would still have this opinion because some people want the guarantee of safety. They want to be able to watch a movie, sitting on the couch, eating popcorn while they kind of just casually control their character with, you know what I mean? But since SIG is duplicating mission locations only because there's not instancing yet, I'm sure the exclusive missions are just a stand-in for that right now. Yeah, 100% agreed. Once there are more locations and instanced sections of space, it should be more diegetic. In a perfect world, I would like to see the 100% sandbox approach, but I've made my peace with that since they announced the Municipal Works dungeon a couple years ago. I'm not the only one playing, and as long as the reward is appropriate for the risk, I'm fine with the concept. I totally get this concept. I don't want to tell people how to play either. I want to make space for all types of players. I do, but I don't want it to be at the long-term expense of the game. Exclusive mode is nice because I don't want to do Rock Breaker and have other players trying to steal resources from me and stopping me from doing the missions. Understand this completely. Even on the PTU, the griefing was so bad they took away the ability to spawn at Rock Breaker. That sucks. And I completely understand why people want a solution. Also, I am more of a solo player, so it's nice to have the option, and I do have to spend almost 1 million credits just to get my own rock. Understood. And again, I just want to repeat that I do want solo players to be able to enjoy awesome content in the game. I do. I am not against that. I am not a PvP hunter out there just looking for the maximum number of people to kill. I don't want to ever be the aggressor. Right? That is not why I have an issue with this. I know a lot of times when people are speaking out against systems like this, it's the PvP crowd who just always wants sheep out there for the slaughter. That is not me. That is not the angle I'm taking here. Catching up on chat. The risk is essential. I didn't play MMOs since Ultimate Online, but now I'm playing Marathon. The thrill of being alone but not being sure is phenomenal. 100% Connor. I think that is a very difficult sentiment to capture and convey in a conversation like this, but I know exactly what you're talking about. I think I'm on board with doing away with exclusive mode when PvP consequences are in place. Cool. I totally agree we need the consequences. They need to be severe. I think, you know, I would love to see reputation be so substantial that PvP players can't come anywhere near lawful space. That they are just hunted on sight. I would love that. But that's kind of a separate, I mean, it's related. It's related to this for sure. Grollo, Star Citizen will never be a no-holds-barred, do whatever you want, whenever you want kind of game. That's not in the cards, not with the majority of players being heavily in the PvE leaning. Even a full loot PvP game, you have to have a safe area where people can relax and not worry they will get killed every second of the day. Now, as soon as those people leave that exclusive mode, they're fair game. And this is the kind of comment I'm talking about, where people assume that I want a no-holds-bar game where everybody is at the risk of death all the time, and that's not what I'm asking for. Not at all. Very surprised you didn't expect this. What do you think instance content would bring? Also, you say this is the first everyone game. I'd say these types of players are part of that. I agree. PvE players are part of this, or people who don't want risk are definitely part of this. And I want to find a way of integrating them. Just because some people play differently doesn't mean we should dictate how they should play the game, and SIG is going to cater to as many people as possible. Totally get that. I am not the murder hobo that is looking to make everybody a sheep. It just needs to be balanced, like people are saying. They get exclusive mission, shared ones should have exclusive rewards that you can get only for not being a whip. And I agree with this, that we can make this work through proper rewards, but I don't think we're on the right track with what those rewards are. And I don't want to expand on my idea yet until we've gone further down this rabbit hole, because it's not going to make sense yet. SIG doesn't know what the word sandbox means. Well, I mean, I think he's referring to, or this person's referring to my comment that sandbox mission irks me. It really does. I don't like the phrase sandbox mission. I get why the term sandbox activities rubs you the wrong way. Honestly, they probably shouldn't be called that because they aren't sandbox at all, and that's kind of the point. Within a larger sandbox overworld, these activities function more like theme park rides, handcrafted, structured dungeon experiences inside an otherwise open player-driven overworld environment. Yeah, I totally agree with this, and I actually think this is brilliant. I think this is cool, and I think yeah. I have no objection to this. I'm totally cool with theme park rides within a sandbox, as long as those theme park rides don't erode the sandbox, right? As long as the sand doesn't start leaking out through them. Personally, I really like that mix. Me too. The overworld remains a true sandbox where players can live out open-ended gameplay, PvP, PvE, industry, and hauling exploration, while these activities offer more traditional MMO dungeon raid content. Yes, I think this is brilliant. It's similar to the instancing discussion, useful in moderation as long as it doesn't swallow the entire game and turn everything into a theme park. Yes, could not agree more. Great comment, Sanctuary. I think it is easy for us to lean into the style we personally like and then have apprehension for any content that isn't our jam. I agree that you're just talking about bias here, and I agree, but I'm really not trying to take a biased approach to my concern about this. This hybrid approach also broadens the game's appeal. Some players will ignore the dungeons entirely and spend all their time In the open sandbox, others will love running these curated activities as their main gameplay loop. Yep. And then there will be players like me who enjoy both styles and want a game that supports that range. Understood. Most MMOs pick one lane, either full theme park or full sandbox. Star Citizen is one of the few trying to walk that thin line between the two, but with a priority to the universe itself being a massive open sandbox. As they continue to build out the game, I'm excited to see how they refine the balance between open world sandbox freedom and more structured dungeon style content. Yeah, I agree. There's really nothing I disagree with this in this comment, other than I'm not trying to remove a game mode, or I'm not trying to suggest that we should remove a game mode that would appeal to a large portion of people. What I'm getting at is they're going to have to be very careful about how that integrates into the sandbox, so that it does not erode the sandbox. Their definition of exclusive just means reduced risk, not no risk. People are still camping, yeah, but this is temporary until it's actually truly instanced. If it's what it sounds like, I'm opposed to exclusive mode. Conversely, isn't a sandbox mission just like go find me 100? Yeah. Anyway, I think we're getting a pretty good idea on what the sentiments are here, just from the comments that we've read. Beleth, about exclusive mode, I think it's clear they intend to provide that safe PvE location to pure PvE players, always wanted through the exclusive mode. PvE players want that 100% safe PvE location or experience, so they are open locations to please PvP mixed players, and these exclusive modes locations for PvE players. Pretty sure they intend to keep building more of them in the future. I do too. I completely agree. Told you they don't want and can't mix PvP and PvE players in one universe because this is the result the solution SIG will implement. There's simply no logical alternative. And I thought so as well. But I disagree with your take on the instancing issue. As a solo player, the risk is the fact that you are by yourself in a PvE instance designed for 4 players. There doesn't need to also be the risk of someone else's party being in a facility whose location is supposedly to be only known by you, that you paid a hefty fee for in order to fulfill the risk requirement you speak of. All this does is take us solo players that are completely excluded from things like align and mine events and allow us a way to retain some of the higher end loot that is currently PvP walled behind it. This is part of the problem. Allow us a way to attain some of the higher end loot that is currently PvP walled behind events that can't be soloed at all. This mentality is one of the things I have an issue with. Because if it's truly a sandbox, there will be more than one way of acquiring something. As well, I'm pretty sure that group slowly clearing my ASD facility while I'm speedrunning, skipping past them and looting all the boxes before they get them, will be happy to see loot boxes that are not empty or full of nothing of interest. It's a win-win for us solo guys and the groups to be separated. I disagree with that. From a business standpoint, it is wise for SIG to create niches for different playstyles. 100% agree with that. The observation that PvP players always complain when PvE players get their spaces, whilst the PvP players already have their own space, shows who is the problematic child. I hope they're not calling me a problematic child. Because you can't put me in a bucket. I'm not a PvP player. I'm not a PvE player. I am a sandbox player. And I am not on this crusade because I want to take a game mode away from anybody. Exclusive mode is for the 1 hour a month crowd. I think there's a lot of truth to that. You know, and I do think that it is a casual, friendly option, and I like that the option is there. Just not in the way that it's being implemented. Let me catch up on some of the comments here. Nezudev, I showed up late to this combo. Sorry if I missed, but didn't you? Sorry if I missed it, but I didn't take their exclusive contract as being instanced, but was a lower chance of encountering players. Did they expand on Nezudev? That is true right now. I'm operating under the assumption that in the long term, this will be a true instance and not just a separate area of space. The exclusive reward at Rockbreaker is kind of crappy. A single high-quality mineral, but I think the contested rewards are better. It also costs a lot more to buy in. Yeah, I get that, Bob. But it goes back to path of least resistance. If I am guaranteed, and I'm just basing this off what we've seen in other games, right? If I am guaranteed half of what I would get in the open run on every private run, the way players play these games has proven that they will take the tried and true method, like the predictable one. Players love predictability, and I don't think it matters that the open world has substantially higher rewards in this case. The way I see it, that there's a bunch of players who really hate PvP that want full reward instanced versions, so this is at least better than Sig caving into that. Obviously, I prefer no instance. Yeah. Question is, does PvE imply single-player PvE access? Because PvE players can be protected by PvP players in a well-working org. Yeah. I love the idea of high and low sec areas, so we can decide on if we want to have protection in high sec areas. I love that too, Nezudev. That's what I want. I typically hate PvP, but I agree with you. Yeah. Appreciate it. I want security zones to cater to this as well. If I had to go to a rock cracker in Stanton, I should be 99% safe. To be the devil's advocate, this isn't a true everyone game because nothing can be. You have pure PvP on one side and pure PvE on the other. A game can only go 90% to both ends. Possibly. Murder Hobo has to be at least an option, of course. Yeah. I mean, we're never going to get rid of them completely. SC is more like a playground, not a sandbox. It won't be a game for everyone until Sig gets all the play sets into the game. My opinion of where it's going. That's an interesting way of looking at it. I think it would be very helpful for Sig to outright tell a few people who this game isn't for. That this game is not for them. Provide some closure to those who think the game... I don't know if they want to do that. I mean, I do think they want this game to be for everyone. And I'm not opposed to that. I get the disagreement with these activities being sandbox activities, but to me, that is only because they are telling us about these missions. I honestly think that at a certain point, there will be enough content that they will create missions without giving us knowledge of them. They do it now because they need to test content. Yeah, I agree, Carbod. I think, and I've been saying that for a while, that I hope that all of this on-rail stuff that we're getting is just placeholders for these becoming organic systems. The worm is a great example, right? Like, we have to go do this certain set of things so that we can go down to a planet and fight the worm at a known location. But at the same time, we're getting updates in the monthly reports and all that tell us that they're working on the ability for the sandworm to travel underground, right? So if the sandworm that we're interacting with now is just a test placeholder for an eventuality in which we can be out mining on a planet and boom, we disturb a sandworm and it just pops up in front of us, now that's badass. That's the sandbox I want. And I think the same can be true for things like Rockracker, Rockbreaker, Hathor. Like, if all of these systems are being put together and stitched together in theme park like things for now, but they will all integrate into true sandbox activities later, then I'm all for it. Actually, certain missions being intentionally designed for groups only is something that SIG has clearly stated. I made a statement because there is no system to protect PvE players. No, I did not. Is catering to the 1 hour a month crowd worth being a massive detriment to the game's long-term health? No, I don't think it is now. I did write a comment. My position is that content that's designed for everyone is designed for no one. I'd prefer PvE and PvP content to be designed for purpose instead of watering it down. They could play this like Rare did with Safe Seas. PvE single-player mods in Sea of Thieves. You can only earn so much before there's a cap. Yeah, I mean, that's easy to circumvent with alts, you know? Problem with temporary solution is people really hate when their simple version gets taken away. Yeah, we've seen that before, Connor. Remember, we aren't even at Mission System V2 yet, which will open up a ton of options on their side. Yeah, I get it. Okay. Time commitment is not the issue. The issue is that the structure of the game is bad in general, even for people who want to commit a lot of time. Okay, so let's talk about why this is not a PvE versus PvP debate. Because that's what everybody wants to turn this conversation into, right? They want to talk about whether they prefer PvE or they prefer PvP, or they want their safe area and space to do their thing and they don't want to worry about getting ganked and their time wasted, because some people only have a little bit of time, and I get that. And I'm not opposed to space being carved out for those people. But whenever I express concern about these systems, it is getting dark in my room. Let me turn some lights on here. Whenever I express concern about these systems, this is what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about this. Okay? I'm thinking about progression and what keeps players in games. And if you think about the arc that a player takes through a game and what keeps them in the game and why they leave games, I mean, I'd love to hear from you. Why do players leave games? Specifically MMOs. Why does a player leave an MMO? Or stop playing the MMO? Content ceiling, yeah. No purpose. Lack content. Yep. So imagine Star Citizen 1.0. Right? Just based off what SIG has given us. Griefers, lack of content, yep. So we all watched the Citizen or Star Citizen 1.0 panel a couple years ago, and we've all been looking at the same roadmap for quite a while now. We know what's coming 1.0. Imagine that is in our hands. Lack of stuff to do, low player base, those are good examples too. But imagine 1.0 is in our hands. We have it. And we get in there and we start grinding, right? And we're doing all this stuff. Just knowing what is on the 1.0 docket, could you imagine ever getting bored with it? Like, at what point would you feel like there's nothing left to do? I know it's kind of hard to imagine right now. We're so excited for 1.0. And right now it probably feels like no matter what it has, it's going to be the forever game. We're never going to get tired of it, right? At one point it was going to be amazing. But no, it's going to be a game, people. It's going to have a certain amount of content and a certain amount of things to do. No PvP locations for groups to fight over. If stuff gets too easy and you reach the ceiling fast, yeah. What would it look like to be at the ceiling? Let's talk about that. I'm gonna write this down. Let's talk about what the end, like our final state might be. Like right before we quit the game, what might we have? We might have our own space station. Might have some bases on the ground. We might have every ship in the game. What else? Our hangars might be stocked, not just stocked, overflowing with materials. Lack of real exciting experiences. Any MMO, the endgame is domination of other players in some form, right? Like not necessarily killing, but economically. Yeah, you're on the right path there, Connor. Even in total PvE games, that is true. We might have ran all the missions 10 times over. I'm not talking about the next 10 years, Zero. I'm talking about, like, yes, obviously, Star Citizen will continue to release content long after 1.0. But we see this in World of Warcraft, right? We see an expansion comes out with a bunch of new content, people do it, they quit until the next expansion comes out. Like, any game can do that. Any game can provide a content drip. We don't want Star Citizen to be a content drip, do we? I don't think that's what we want out of this game. We want a game that we can log into every day, no matter how many times we've logged in, and it's still exciting. But if we reach a point where we own our own space station, we have bases on the ground in high-sec areas that nobody can touch, we have every ship in the game, our hangars are overflowing with materials, we've ran all the missions 10 times over, and who knows what else. Like, you might find yourself in a place where you're like, wow, I'm bored now. Right? This is what we don't want people to get to. Because how does SIG... You know what, we're going to come back to that. I think SIG would be smart enough to solve this problem, but it's not the solution we want. So how do you get here, right? How do you get to the point where you have so much stuff overflowing that you're bored? Well, I think I'm being facetious here. But I could just run my instance Rockcracker 5 million times and use the stuff I capture from there to build all my bases and build my space station. I'm being facetious, bear with me here. Right? Because we're assuming that the instance Rockcracker thing is not going to be the only thing that offers exclusive modes. If SIG is evaluating this as a tool for providing tailored experiences to the two different player bases, then we can assume that eventually we're going to have instance Rockbreaker and instance this and instance that and instance this, right? Like everything's going to have an exclusive mode variation that we can do to advance ourselves. Yeah, true, but you still have to run it 5 million times. Yeah, good point. It'll keep you in the game for a while, no doubt. And we don't know what that number is. The problem I'm trying to get to here is that a lot of games have tried to implement the perfectly safe PvE route to the end game, and it always results in boredom in the end. Anybody played Dune Awakening? I remember that game shipped, and it shipped with a deep desert that you had to compete in for spice to build the end game materials. Actually, there was no PvE route. I know it had no end game. I'm not using that. I'm just using it as an example here. I'm not saying that Star Citizen is going to follow in its footsteps because of this, but it still gives us a really good demonstration of the problem I'm talking about. And that is that in the beginning, like the final tier of equipment had no way of being built without going into the deep desert and going into the PvP zone, right? And they walked that back, and they expanded the PvE zone to take up half the desert, and they gave safer access to a lot of those endgame resources so that, you know, the final tier of equipment could be built by everybody. Because there was a big fight about that, right? Like you had all the PvE players arguing, hey, I don't want to be locked out of the final tier of gear because, you know, and that's why I'm going to quit the game. I'm going to quit if I can't make the final tier of game. And they walked it back, and they gave everybody the ability to create the final tier of content or equipment without running the full race in PvP. And players played, and they built the final tier of equipment, and then they quit. Right? How do you solve that problem? I know the objective is to avoid the endgame state. Exactly, that's the objective. WoW is a really good example of this too. You know, WoW provides 100% PvE routes to all objectives in the game. You don't have to PvP in WoW. Project Pitchfork. That was an idea years ago about a large contingent of players going into Vantal territory and seeing how far they could get. Part of the problem with Doom was I felt there was no economy and the crafting was too simplistic and the deep desert was too small. Yeah, I agree. Eve is running this player-driven sandbox since 20 plus years. Politics, economics, yeah, exactly. Dune Awakening Deep Desert could have been so much better with factions instead of those faction circles. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things they could have done to make the Deep Desert better. So this is going to the extreme, but consider WoW, right? WoW provides you a PvE path to all your objectives and goals, no matter what you do. And you buy an expansion and you do all your grinding and you get to the end and there's nothing more to do and you quit. And how does Blizzard bring that player back? They bring it back with a new content drip and a new power spike. The item scores increase. Now there's more powerful things to acquire. And ultimately, that's the only way to solve this problem. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, if they wanted to bring people back to Dune, what do? Well, they just did it, right? The latest power, or the latest expansion, brought another power spike into the game. Vertical progression. That's how you fix it. That's how you keep people coming back. Like, once you've gone this route of offering people a pure PvE approach to acquisition and progression, the only way to keep those people coming back is vertical progression. That's what I'm getting at here. Like, that's the eventual outcome of decisions like these. If you provide me a perfectly safe way of getting to this boredom state, then I will eventually reach this boredom state, and I will leave the game. Until you give me another power spike. Yeah, eventually I have to squish the power levels. Yeah, exactly. You only do it so long. I'd probably never get bored if there's enough diverse, dynamic, interesting content with always new things to discover and 100 systems. You're jumping like 20 years in the future, Zero. I don't think that's helpful. It's taking us what, a decade to get to 5 systems or more? Like, we don't even know. We're not there yet. How long is it going to be to get to 100 systems? Come on, guys. I'm the Star Citizen optimist here. You guys are making me look like a pessimist. Vandal pushing into UEE territory, or Pyro gangs pushing... Macumera, I think that's a common take, right? Like, use NPCs to generate the friction. You're assuming that we can make NPCs as good as players, or as interesting as players. I've seen that tried in a lot of games too, and I don't think that I've ever seen it work. Has anybody ever seen that work? New World tried that with incursions or invasions or whatever the hell they called them, where like the NPCs would attack your towns. That got boring really fast. Has anybody seen NPC friction keep a game alive? I've never played Guild Wars 2. Infinite missions, they were terrible. Yeah, I bet so. Yeah, I mean, you see a lot of games try to solve this with infinite scaling. Like Diablo is a good example, right? Dungeons that get infinitely harder until you just want to rip your eyes out. You think they've already got the drip in mind? Maybe. I'm okay with a content drip. I just don't want a progression drip. Yeah. Good thoughts in chat. So Somebody said this earlier, that you need to keep people from reaching the boredom state. And that's exactly right. If whatever we decide is the boredom state, let's keep that up there. And in order to get there, we need all this industry. We need we need all the game loops, right? And we need to do these en masse, but the one thing that they all have in common this is how EVO Online's accomplished it after all these years. Like, that's the part that keeps you from reaching the boredom state. Internet debates keep me in. Count me in. Glad you're here, man. If there is some level of risk in every activity you go to do, that is the gate to boredom. That's what keeps you from getting there. That's the thing. Even if you get to the point where you have your own space station, there is a risk that it is hijacked and robbed. They already outlined the way that we will wage war on space stations, right? So they have that in mind. Same thing with bases, ships in the game. Like, on your path to trying to produce every ship in the game, you're out mining and you have an encounter with another organization or something, and you lose your yield. I mean, I understand that sometimes that feels bad, but the alternative is, if the alternative is rapidly reaching that state where there's nothing, trying to articulate this in a good way, sorry. If the alternative is players rapidly reaching a state where there's nothing left to do, then I just cannot see how riskless gameplay is good for the long-term health of the game. That's what I'm trying to say. You reached the boredom state in EVE as well. It became too grindy. Grinding 9% of the time. Yeah. Until I get tired of losing stuff and repeating stuff. That's a good point. Having fail states and setbacks make the progression more meaningful, forces players to utilize skill. Players need the safeguard to build something up and then the opportunity to lose it again whilst having fun. I mean, that's another important point to all this, is the need for degradation. For wear and tear and stuff like that, yeah. I mean, I feel like anyone who plays something, an extraction shooter, will understand this problem immediately and how the risk is what makes it worthwhile. Yeah. I don't even play extraction shooters, but Sounds spot on. And WoW, you can play PvE or the PvP servers without a problem as long as the population is balanced. Yeah, but what happened, Carlos, when Blizzard introduced War Mode? Is risk something that needs to be sought out, or is the unknown enough to risk for more casual? Good question. Anyway. This is what, when I first heard the news of exclusive mode, this is what popped into my mind. It wasn't a fear of not having enough people to hunt in PvP or anything along those lines, right? Which is where people seem to instinctually take this conversation. I fear the game slipping into a more vertical style progression rather than an ever-shifting sandbox. Risk versus reward, stupid. I think it's more of a mentality than an age thing. I hope so. I'm getting old and I still think this way. There's some players who just don't want risk regarding PvP encounters at all. For example, I myself am not adverse to PvP, but my wife, who I enjoy playing with, cannot stand it. Yeah, I get that, Admiral. Vertical progression slapped me in the face when people were complaining how long it took to get their BIS guns in PTU. That's the kind of crap I'm talking about. Thing is that we really need to the reputation system. Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of systems we need. I also do not want to engage in PvP. I do it to protect my friends if we get attacked, but that's more of a downside of the game for me. I think there should be pathways for advancement forward for all styles of play, but risky play styles should have better rewards for sure. Up until very recently, I vehemently disagree with that, Admiral Deckard. I thought that you always needed... I felt that you always needed some level of risk in all activities to prevent vertical progression from taking hold. Because as soon as you introduce a pure PvE pathway to the endgame, then the only way to keep those players engaged is some type of a vertical drip. Well, you have all this, but now you need this, right? There's this new, like one day Sig realizes that all these people used all these safe pathways, and now they're all sitting on the best ships in the game. They've all got good afternoon, P Wolf. They've all got their own Idrises crafted purely from 1,000 rated ore, and they're never going to risk losing these ships because they've got safety contracts on them, they got insurance, and they don't fly them in PvP anyway. They're just going to fly them to PvE missions where they're completely safe, and if they do lose the PvE mission, the insurance... You know what I mean? Like, we're going to be in this state where all players have the best, not all, but a lot of players have the best, and there is no risk of losing it. Because they're running these missions, they're generating plenty of money to continue to pay that insurance, and you're in the state where it's like, okay, I've accomplished it all. Like, people think that, okay, well, I'm just going to continue to explore, and I'm going to... Like, how many box missions do you think somebody's going to run after they've got the badass Idris crafted from 1,000 rated ore? Thank you for the follow, Helios. Appreciate it, man. And Kellyanne, I missed yours too earlier. Appreciate it. Alberto, that's what we're talking about. Because in an instanced Rockcracker mission, you would be 100% safe. Grollo, 90% of the SC gamers are PvEs and the rest is PvPers. And soon you get killed 2 to 5 times with the time sink and then people leave the dead game. Well, Ghost, that's what I'm talking about. I think that people leave the game either way. The person might leave the game because they've gotten killed a few times, or they might leave the game because they've done everything they wanted to do. And I'm okay with somebody coming into a game and accomplishing all their goals and leaving. I mean, that's not every game has to be a forever game for everybody, right? But the problem with that is that whoever is making that game, SIG in this case, they are going to feel pressure to bring those players back. Because if enough players come in and they accomplish all their goals and they get bored and they stop playing, if you have enough players in that boat, SIG's going to want to lure them back somehow because that's money left on the table, right? How do you lure those players back? Well, they've already got their fleet of ships crafted with 1,000 rating ore. Why don't we bump the ore to 1,200? Why don't we have a new asteroid belt that gets discovered in a distant star system that has even better ore than what you could mine before? Oh, now you got a carrot. All those players who were sitting on their nice, comfy 1,000 ore ships, now they don't have the best ship anymore. That'll bring them back. All right? That's the slippery slope in the vertical progression. Yeah, gear, store, and stats. Exactly. That's how you bring them back. Should not be insurable. I mean, that's one problem. But I think that ship has sailed. We've already sold ships. We've promised insurance. So I think that ship has sailed. Eve has the same thing, and they've managed to make it work. I think as long as we have insurance go back through the economy, and those payouts go to crafters, I think we can get that work. I don't like it, especially on gear, I agree. I definitely don't think anything other than ships should be insurable, but... And even then, I think it all has to... They have to be very careful that it all flows through the economy to keep it going. I'm going to talk about one way that I see this working. Tell me your thoughts on this. So I was going round and round with my better half. They don't like PvP either, right? So I get to have good conversations at the dinner table. Where I'm, and again, I'm not much of a PvPer either. Like, I don't want to be out there hunting people. And I really don't want people to interfere with me either. You know, I'll defend myself if I have to, but I'm like somebody else in the chat where I'm like, yeah, it's more of a nuisance to me than anything. But I understand the benefit it brings to the long-term health of the game, and that's why I want it in there. It's not because I thrive on PvP. That's not me at all. Now, Zulius, you've been very forthcoming with your hatred of PvP and the fact that it bothers you, and I totally understand. As we were thinking about this, they had the idea, and I don't know if I didn't think of this or what, but what if all manufacturing required components that were only available in PvP zones? And what if all manufacturing took a ton of materials that were available in PvE zones? Right. So let's say we want to build a an Idris. Let's say it takes takes 10 beeps, 50 boops, 1,000 widgets, 10,000 agates, 100,000 doodads. All right. This is what it takes to make an Idris. What if the beeps and the boops could only be acquired in PvP zones? But by and large, the vast majority of materials required were either or. So that way, whenever I go to Rockcracker exclusive mode, I'm getting a ton of doodads and ingots and widgets. Really? My stream freeze for anybody else? Yeah, that's it, Macumaria. That's what makes it work. All this stuff goes in the market regardless of where it comes from. You know? So as a PvEer, you can build your Idris. You don't have to go PvP. But you have to source the materials, at least indirectly, from somebody who did acquire it in PvP. In a PvP area. Pyro. Maybe Pyro is where you find beeps. No, Stephanie, not only PvP players would, because the market solves it. But it keeps risk in the loop. Yeah, Commander Melander. It would definitely be tradable. We're not forcing anybody to PvP with this model. It's just it's keeping risk relevant in the game. It's ensuring that there's not a 100% safe path to producing that Idris while allowing players to choose their game mode. So the market prices in the risk of the components, right? So as a yeah, I know stuff. Sorry. Forgot. Um, so if my goal is to produce an Idris and I don't like PvP and I want to live in a safe zone and I want to do exclusive mode Rockbreaker and all that, I'm totally fine with that. But at some point I need to interact with the market, which prices in the risk associated with the beeps and the boops required to make that Idris. Involving PvE players in the PvP loop with crafting routing would be a good thing. I agree, Citizen. That's why there's so many more of these. Right? You can source anything from the contested areas. I think that's important for the people that want to live and immerse themselves in that area. But knowing that there's a lot more risk extracting stuff out there, you're going to be much better off sourcing the doodads and the ingots from Stanton than you would Pyro. It's not going to make as much financial sense, right? And that's how you bring these two player models together. And Eve has really done this to a large extent, right? If you look at the way their ships are produced, I mean, it requires millions of the materials that you can get in high sec, and it requires less of the materials that are more predominantly available in low sec. So obviously this is not a completely original idea, but it's such a clever solution to the problem in my mind. At the moment is a good example. A simple S3 shield costs more than any ship in the game, making it unobtainable. I think the argument is worth exploring, though. I think eventually people will get bored, especially if the game becomes too repetitive. Different content, not really different. Endgame is if we can browse Amazon in the game and order pizza and do our taxes. That would be amazing. I would love that. Good solution. You think Sig has this money? Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Anyway, I wanted to bring this up because, but I wanted to first kind of align on what the potential problems were with completely safe paths to whatever players' goals were. I don't know if I articulated it very well, but you know, based on the comments that we read together, and then kind of looking at this safe path versus 100% risk path. Obviously, neither of these two solutions appealed to anybody entirely, but I think if Sig can arrive at something like this, then I think even I, who has been vehemently opposed to things like exclusive mode, I think I would be okay with it in a world that worked like this. And I think, I can't think of, I would love to hear from anybody in the audience who is anti-PvP. They love the idea of relaxing after a long day at work and just casually doing so. I would love to hear from anybody that this does not appeal to. Does anybody not like this idea? Citizen, I agree. I think all insurance claims have to go through the market, even if it's a store-bought ship. I hope that eventually, when we file that insurance claim, that it sources a ship from the market. That's the only way I can see it working long term, and that's the best way I can see to mitigate the the limitations that are forced on us from the funding model. Welcome, Black Eagle. Excuse me while I dismiss my Windows security alert. Not super fond of gating the best resources entirely behind PvP areas, but aside from doing what I suggested earlier, I don't really have a better idea. Well, that's why we went through all the other discussion points before I presented this, because I knew people would not like it out the gate. You have to agree on, or at least find some common ground on what the problems are so that we can arrive at what some potential solutions would be. And the idea here is not to lock the best resources behind PvP areas, right? The idea here is to factor in risk into the production of items in such a way that does not force risky situations on players that don't want them. That's the idea here. So don't think of it as we're hiding the best items in PvP. I don't care if it's a wooden peg that you need to build your ship and it's only available in the PvP zone. Okay, that's a crappy item, but you can only get it in the PvP zone. You can only get that with risk. That's the idea. It's not even in the PvP zone. It's just that you have to have some number of items that go into the construction of things that have risk factored into them. That's why I call them beeps and boops. They're not diamonds, Admiral. They're beeps and boops. Being able to buy them on the marketplace is acceptable. I just have to get myself out of the collect everything myself mentality. Yeah, you do. That's critical, right? Because it's that collect everything myself mentality combined with I want a safe way of doing everything. That's what takes us down that vertical progression path. That's what pulls risk entirely out of the verse and paves the way to a theme park. Open market does appeal to me. I just want to ensure that the casual after-work relaxers like me can also be part of that market, for example, by putting some rare mats randomly into the game world so you can stumble across valuable finds while it otherwise would still be gated behind. Otherwise, everything would still be gated behind fighting or industrial stuff. I don't think it's gated, Zulius. I think there's just some things you have to source from the market. Again, you'd prefer a factor of luck next to the factor of risk? If it could be truly random, I would be okay with a little bit of luck in there, just for excitement's factor. Well, you do need to make money to be part of the market, yeah. But I'm hoping there's a lot of ways of making money in the game. I'm hoping you can choose to... Sig has talked about explorers selling exploration data, or, mining. Obviously, mining and salvage and all that industrial stuff's going to be a good way. Mission running. You can go do instanced missions. Like, I'm totally cool with missions giving credits, even if they're completely instanced and safe. I think time should equal money. Exploration data is just opium? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. But I'm just saying, hopefully there is a lot of ways of making money in the game and participating in the market. But I will concede, Zulius, that if there's a little bit of luck in there just for the sake of excitement, and like you have a chance of running across the beep in a chest, hey, I'm all for that. As long as it's not in large enough quantity to suck the value or erode the risk equation. Yeah, I agree, Zulius. Yeah, when I'm presenting this idea, I'm not trying to make it sound like the most valuable items are locked away in PvP zones. I think we need to take a more abstract view at this problem and just say, when we are producing an item in Star Citizen, we need to factor risk into the production of the item. Like, risk needs to be a component of production. And at the same time, we don't want to force risk upon our players. We want them to be able to play the game we want. And so how do we reconcile that? And I think the market is the answer. Helios, are you still there? I'd love to have your opinion on that. Some quick, engaging ways for casuals, high spenders to jump in without upending the economy or devaluing PvP with pay as a win. Pay to win is important. Exactly, Citizen. I think this achieves that, right? Risk needs to be somewhere in the chain, but for a single player, they may not have to experience as much risk as other players. Yeah, that's the goal, Wolf. Luckily, besides reaching the endgame, SC will always be something to admire purely from an immersion. Yeah, I agree, Steph. But I don't think we can rely on that being enough of a draw to enough people to keep the verse as populated as we would all like to see it. They should allow the TD and Stanton UAE systems to People's Auction House and Nix and to sell our wares. Yeah. There's no fundamental way to balance the economy unless wear and tear and loss of gear is way more common than it is now. I mean, that's a whole separate thing, and I could not agree with you more. From the people in the audience who are anti risk in their gameplay, are you also anti wear and tear? I would love to know if there's like a parallel here between these two sentiments, or if they're completely disjointed. I've had a hard time understanding. Not saying it's a bad idea, but with how they said they want the market to work, it might be a while until it shows up. That Venn diagram is a circle. Are they anti-loss? Yeah. You're risk averse and not anti-wear tear? Cool. I want to spend money on things, yeah. I think the defenders of breakable weapons in games like Legend of Zelda proves lots of players don't mind loss as long as it's not. Yeah. I need a reason to make money, exactly. You need the reason for the economy to keep moving, and I think the only way that happens is through loss. Loss and wear and tear. And the only thing I've heard against this is people saying, well, I don't want to put a whole lot of time into grinding. And somebody earlier in the chat said it, right, where they were already hearing people talking about the amount of time it takes to get BIS of anything. And yeah, I think that's just a total wrong way of looking at this. And people say, if I sink that much time into getting something, I don't want it to wear out and have to do all that work again. And my answer is, well, then don't do the work again. Be okay with being good enough, right? Like, this is a game where we should not all be working towards the end game of having a ship with all the best items on it and all the best things, and then worried about losing it and having to do all that work again. This is a game where we should all be happy flying what's good enough and what we are okay with maintaining, and so on and so forth. Yeah, do something else and buy the thing you want. Yeah, that's how the economy functions. If you do insist on being flying in the best, then you either have to be prepared to do the work to fly the best, or you have to be prepared to do something as valuable that you can trade for the best. Wear and tear is fun in some ways, as long as it's properly balanced. Right now, some ships age visible while getting delivered. Probably going to happen every third shot at first. Yeah. Wear and tear is cool as long as I have methods to slow it down by decisions. Yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. I'll be down for that. Not everyone needs or should be running around the best gear. Yeah, 100%. This is also why I think it's critical that the CIG insurance system, which we are now tied to because of the funding model, goes back through the economy. Just like Eve, right? In Eve, whenever you purchase ship insurance and you wreck your ship, you get a payout, and then you use that payout to go purchase a ship through the market. And ours has to work much the same way. Yeah. Otherwise, the entire economy will have too much junk after 3 months. Exactly. Choice should be everywhere. 100%. In Albion, you don't lose your best stuff ever, but this has its own problems. Talk to me about that, Admiral. I've never played Albion Online. I've read a lot about it. But that's exactly the situation I want to avoid in Star Citizen. That's not good for the economy. As long as the wear is realistic, thousands of shots in a firearm, for example, not like Zelda, where they have to where they had to have stacks of master swords around the boss because everything was suppressed. I could not agree more with that, Markle. Like early on in PAX Day, we had the same problem where you would go into a dungeon and you would have to take like 10 shields with you because just blocking attacks would wear the shields out really fast, and it was so annoying. I don't want wear like that. Oh, you do? I see. Okay. Well, I'm on board with that, Admiral. This entire convo also highlights the importance of social and org tools, even for solo players. Yeah, I mean, that's critical in my mind. But what's the difference between getting a payout and just getting your ship back? Wouldn't most people just use the payout to buy the same or less? Yes, Guardian Gnome, but that's super important to keeping the economy going, right? Like if a ship just materializes whenever yours is lost, that does not fuel the economy at all. That's the same as not losing your item ever, right? Which eventually, if everybody's flying ships that never get lost and just get magically replaced, then the economy stagnates. It's critical that you get that payout, even if it's automatic behind the scenes. Like maybe we don't actually ever get the funds, but if whenever CIG replaces your ship, it puts a contract in the market that gets automatically filled by a ship available in the market, or gets filled by somebody who's willing to produce it later. No matter what happens, like that replacement of your ship has to flow back through the economy, and that's one thing that will keep the economy going. That makes sense. Otherwise, you can imagine a world in which there's no ship production market because everybody's flying insured ships. So why ever build them? There's still risk with just about everything you do. Exclusive zones have PvE, flying back and forth. The areas have the NPC and player pirates, etc. You don't use your best stuff because you lose it if you die. Yeah, that's fair. For me, it's continually new things to work for, new places to discover, truly dynamic content to play, ways to distinguish my ship and character. Nothing wrong with wanting to feel special in the game. Did I play a Star Wars Galaxy? I did not. I missed that one, sadly. This should only be used in very narrow situations, especially with how I return the gears at the moment. Hey, Macumus. You might be like Macumus, but we read your comment without you on the last YouTube video I did. Appreciate the comment, by the way. Repair is one thing. If SIG slaps the end of LTI or 10-year, though, with just a blueprint like the rest of the shops, it's going to spit in the faces of a lot of folks. Yeah, I don't think they need to do that to have it benefit the economy. Again, they could handle everything behind the scenes and just... As long as a contract gets placed onto the market for our ship replacement, that would be enough. I think items should have wear and tear and item damage. I'm down with that. Could lead to some groups becoming starter ship mass producers. Interesting. Yes, Scalamander Belander. That's the idea behind it. You want that ship production economy. And I said, when I posted this image we're looking at, I said all items need to factor risk in. I'm not necessarily tied to that either, right? Maybe starter ships and stuff like that. They don't need any of these items that require the PvE zone or PvP zones. Maybe starter ships don't need to factor risk into the production of them, but I think a large percentage of items would need to factor risk into them. SIG has already said insurance will be trivial, so everyone getting LTI and 10+ year insurance is doing because of a label. Yeah, it's definitely you're not wrong, Wolf. It's definitely like that safety mentality. I think it's the same mentality that makes people think there's a difference between 99.999% safe and 100% safe, right? It's that same feeling. I'm guilty of it. I fly a lot of LTI ships. But you do lose your stuff in at least the plan system. Tier 1, ships 1 to 5, and insurance only giving back basic tier 1. Hell no. Yeah, that's all well and good, Alberto. I don't have strong opinions on that stuff. My only strong opinion here is that any LTI ship replacement must fuel the market. That's my strong opinion. SIG explicitly said that bot ships do not include blueprints. It was in the SitCon presentation 2024, I think. That's cool. They don't have to. You really don't get gear fear. I'd rather use it and lose it than just never use it. Either way, you don't use it. You don't use the thing in the end, but at least I get to use the thing. I'm with you, average gamer. I don't have gear fear. That's one thing I don't have. The main advantage of buying a pledge store ships isn't insurance, it's warranty. Without that, you would only ever get credits back anyway. It was never said that insured ships would be available at the station you're at. You might have to go fetch it from some other location. Possibly. Warranty tokens will take effort to get in the game. Gotcha. I'll be honest, my fleet is LTI because it's mostly due to my own OCD. I can't stand to look at a ship in my web hangar if it doesn't have LTI like the rest of them do. Hey, I can relate. I'm guilty of it too, man. Like, I'll look at my hangar and I'll see a ship with LTI and I'm like, that thing's junk. It's just a junker if it doesn't have LTI. It's a terrible mentality. Not terrible. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, who cares if that's my mentality, but I share it. You're not alone. So it's been fantastic for funding the game, I'm sure. The bought LTI ships are returned at the base level, maybe with fashion customizations if you paid. Yeah. I got you. It will definitely have more meaning once the rest of the gameplay loops come into play. I mean, some orgs are just going to focus on shipbuilding. That would be amazing. If we have orgs that are just focused on shipbuilding, that would be amazing. That would be a win for the game. Weren't they trying to reduce the event of ships being destroyed to promote gameplay like engineering? Yeah. Thus there'll be less ships destroyed, more reasons to have the towing ships. Yes, agreed. So with reduction of ship destructions means reduction of gameplay to make ships and sell on the market. I wonder if that one. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean no ships are going to get destroyed. But yeah, I'm totally on board. I want all that stuff too. And especially I would expect larger ships to be a pretty Herculean task to produce, so I don't think you're going to need many ships being produced to tie people up. You're old enough to have ships before LTI existed? You youngins have it good? Nice. I have LTI on nearly everything. No LTI, no pledge. Yeah. DayZ cured me of my gear fear many years ago. Yeah. I can imagine. Boomer talk. Anyway, it sounds like there's not too much disagreement here. I'm surprised. I thought there would be more debate, if I'm being honest. I approach this like I approach my engineering discussions. I don't know any other way to discuss. Like, let's all talk about the problem, let's align on what the problems are, and then let's start brainstorming some solutions. But this was fun. I want to talk about this and put it out to YouTube. I don't know if the format of this discussion is really conducive to that. We'll see. But if not, I might just kind of redo it and share it more broadly. I'm very behind on video production, that's for sure. I've been spending basically all my free time coding. I am waist deep in this new gaming platform that I've been working on. I have like 40 ships, the cost of insurance will add up, so I see LTI as useful for a fleet of ships. Yeah, maybe. That's a good point. I think most people are pretty reasonable here. They can see the possibilities. Reddit might be a different environment. Yeah, I don't go to Reddit. I hope they will add the need for modular crafting. That would be amazing. Wear and tear would look a lot better if it was gradual loss of function. The gun shoots less reliably with age. Too many games do it works perfectly until it suddenly falls apart. That's a good point. Um, who knows? I mean, if any game's going to do that gradual wear and tear, this would be one. I mean, they've already talked about our bodies gradually wearing and tearing through Death of a Spaceman. Waking up in hospital beds when we respawn with like a cybernetic arm because they couldn't fix our arm, and maybe it doesn't work as well as the original. They've talked about stuff like that. It's a difficult discussion to have. If it wasn't, there'd be a lot more games on the market that people would still be playing decades later consistently. Yeah, 100%. We do not have many. I abandoned Reddit years ago, and Spectrum years before that. And yet here you are in my chat, citizen. I appreciate that. Seem like a person with high standards. Before we proceed away from this topic, I gotta take a quick bio break. I will be right back. Whoops. Sorry, I'm back. I had to take my dog out. And my better half had dinner on the table, so I grabbed a little bit. Yeah, pretty much 0. Meatloaf. Hey, Midas. '90s, thanks for the follow. Sandqual, thanks for the sub. My dog doesn't get that much attention from me. He gets some, but he is my kids' dog, no doubt. I adore the guy, but I was never much of an animal person. My wife and kids are animal people. I just never had that like connection. I don't know what to call it. Dude. You ever had my my wife's meatloaf, you'd understand. Stuff is amazing. Alright. I feel like we beat this topic to death. What else is going on? I have to go play a game. Any big news I've missed? I said I've been living under a rock. Armor? I haven't, have they made any significant changes to it since we last talked about it? Let's see if there's any new, updates here. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, here we go. Okay, I don't see any changes there, but I heard from somebody that they had nerfed changes a little bit already. Is that true? Hoping for more Juicy Ashes news? That's been pretty quiet. The only thing I saw on that front was this. Where is it? I got too many. I got way too many things in Discord. Anybody see this? This is hold on, let me zoom that in. After Steven posted that big long book, he came down and they posted that flex muscle. That's the only news we've gotten from Ashes that I know of. I was wondering if that was implying like another victory in court. Lazy peon eating a shoe? What's that mean? Been a few days and no changes. I think they settled on what they're going. So, was it or was it not nerfed? I'm very pumped for the armor changes. I think it's going to be one of the most exciting changes we've seen in the game to date. I'm very eager to see how it affects real, actual combat. No, I didn't see Lazy Peon's video. Is there like a new one? Lazy Peon was a staunch advocate of Ashes. He kind of put out an apology video and promised to put himself in a fighter ring to get beat up. Oh my gosh. Armor was nerfed from what it was on Evocati, but it's still better than nothing. That's, we'll see. I hope they didn't walk it back too far because it sounded pretty exciting. Yogi's post about the new flight model? No. How much was it nerfed? Do we know? Do I think 10k players is possible with dynamic server meshing and 5 star systems in the near future? Yeah, I think 10k is probably in the ballpark of where they want to end up. Essentially, they lowered a lot of the alpha damage thresholds. Well, let's hope it feels good. I don't know. I think as long as it achieves the goal. You know, I don't know. As long as light fighters can't be melting through the armor of an Idris, I'm okay with that. Cannons of all sizes can damage any armor. That's unfortunate. So what's going to prevent it from being the light fighter cannon meta? Yogi said the NFM has been tested with the select player groups for several months without leaks. Wow. Incredible they've achieved that. I know they had made changes to the Evocati selection process while actually doing things outside of Evocati just to try to achieve that. So. Just join Warlock? I'm not talking about it. We just finished up, but if you have thoughts on it, I'm happy to hear them, man. Interesting. Well, we'll see how it plays. I'm not going to judge the change until I've seen it. We have live data about how it's. But I will say that in general, I am a huge fan of. I was a huge fan of the original implementation. So anything that gets us away from my Aegis taking damage from some puny little ship, I'm on board with. But it sounds like some puny little ship is still going to be able to damage my Aegis if it's running a cannon. It's a better than nothing change, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's numbers, right? So it should be easy to tune. Still waiting on Benoit's write-up in response about desync. Yeah, me too. I would love to see that. I almost forgot they promised that. Exclusive, yet people can spawn there in their own ships. Yeah, I think that's temporary though, Warlock. I think the goal was to instance these things, right? I wouldn't mind that small ships can damage something on bigger ships, but taking down capital ships, that's stupid. Yeah, I agree. That's what we want to get away from. Yeah, I'd be okay with them targeting certain components that are on the outside of the ship, like maybe a turret or a missile launcher rack or something like that. But actually being able to puncture the hull of a capital ship, nah. We need to stop that shit in its tracks. Ships needing keys would be nice. At least make people hack or something. Yeah. I mean, hacking's supposed to be coming. Yeah. Too much data running through small pipes. I do not like the digital approach of armor resisting damage. The analog approach with adapted armor buffers would be more suiting for me. Yeah, I think this is a stopgap stuff until we have Maelstrom in the PU, which I think will be more what you're looking for. And yeah, ship doors did get buffed. This whole desync thing kind of limited by the speed of light. Maybe I'm not understanding tech. Nah, I don't think so, Mackie Mouse. I mean, the speed of light is a factor in any synchronizing across distance, yes, but that doesn't mean it needs to be perceptible to us. Plenty of games have figured this out, right? Yeah. Yeah, what 90 said. Oh, really? The fabricator and the clipper's not working? Remember this? Glad to hear the new attempts have gone better. What we're doing at the moment is regular testing of the latest new flight model builds with players, but these are in a closed environment. All players who participate are under NDA. We're doing that to get more focused playtest feedback. For every test, we invite between 100 and 200 players to take part. And after the test, weekend access is revoked again. Oh, after that, the test weekend access is revoked again. That's been going on for some time now. You cannot apply to take part in testing. The selection is done based on whatever player profile we need for the test. Truckers, racers, PvE players, and then players are randomly picked after a bit of filtering. We roll the dice every single time to avoid bias. When they sign the NDA, they get access to the next build. And so far that has been working really well for us. We can easily play test, try out variations, validate concepts, and can put a lot of trust in the feedback. The iteration is much faster than it would be with public testing. We will keep doing it until we're ready to go full public, but we're not there yet. Cool. I'm not someone who worries too much about the flight model. I know a lot of people spend a lot of time concerned about this part of the game, but I trust that we're going to get one that's good enough. I think that in the long term, the majority of the players in this game are not going to care about the flight model. I think those that really care a lot are going to be fairly niche. That's my stance on the flight model. Flight model is everything for some, absolutely. I totally agree, but I think that some is going to be a niche in the final state of the game. Yeah, that sucks about the Clipper Fabber not working. I didn't know that. I have a Clipper and I didn't even try it when we were, I don't know why I didn't even think about that. Last weekend when we were trying out crafting, I flew all over the verse trying to get a crafter for my hangar when I could have just brought the Clipper up, but glad I did since it wasn't working. They can tweak armor values all they want, but if turrets can't deter fighters, fighters will always be able to fight bigger ships. Yeah, I mean, turrets need help. I like the radar changes, but I feel like they need to resize the radars on a lot of large ships. Ships like the Hammerhead and Perseus using size 2 radars instead of 3 is just silly. Yeah, I haven't really thought about or looked at the radar sizes of various ships, but that's a fair point. Independence War? Never played it. Clipper Fabricator is dependent on ship hangar services. Coming 4.8. Cool. Are there rewards you can get in the game now that are attached to your account? Yeah, I think so, Connor. Yeah. There's a lot of in-game rewards you can get attached to your account. Not that I know of, Warlock. I think the cutter's it for now, but I expect more. I'm wondering if that'll be a staple in the generalist class of ship they were talking about. They told us we were gonna. They told us we were gonna be getting more generalist ships, right? I wonder how many are gonna have crafting tables, or if that's just gonna be a staple in them. Medbed too. When was the last time you played, Connor? What do you think about these people stations as starting points? What do you think about those people stations as start points? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Warlock. Got a little spectrum. I don't know why I scrolled to the comments. What kind of software are you probably working on, Grolo? Some kind of Discord alternative? Yeah, you could call it that for sure. It's kind of more than what Discord is, but it encapsulates Discord's functionality. More of a true comprehensive gaming platform. There's a lot of things that a gaming community needs that Discord does not offer. What's up, Griff? 4.7 hype train. It's going. Exciting times ahead. We were just talking about the armor changes. I guess some of the armor changes got nerfed, but still eager to see how they affect real combat in the game. Status of the platform, any kind of ETA? I'm like Sig, man. I hate giving estimates. The status is nobody's testing it yet. I hope to have a closed community test going on in the next month. And then I don't know from there. I have people who have, pledged and they're supporting the project. They'll be the earliest testers. When I open it up to more people, I don't have an ETA on that yet. It's going to really depend on how the internal testing goes. Also, will it be general use or tailored to Unhinged? It's going to be general use, Zilius. How can you pledge? Through our Discord right now. There's a pledge subs that we're offering through Discord. But yeah, general use. Other communities will be able to use it. And it'll support branding and all that kind of stuff to make it look like your own. Unlike Discord, no. Age verification. Not unless some friggin' evil government comes and forces me to do it. But it would have to get pretty big for that to be the case, I think. What was I going to say? Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Not going to be free, though, guys. Unlike Discord, I'm not going to... I think people can probably overlook how much it costs to run something like Discord. I mean, I know because I'm building this thing now, and I'm doing, all the price calculations and all that stuff on what it's going to cost to run. I mean, services charged by the minute on voice and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's not like a ton of money, but it's got to be supported somehow, right? And I'm not going to be able to support the thing entirely out of my pocket, so there will have to be some kind of join fee. I mean, Discord eats all that cost and they pass it on by selling your data. That's not going to be my approach. I'm just going to, set up some kind of a reasonable charge that covers the cost in a little bit, and then go from there. Maybe something like TeamSpeak, where the community can buy a server and then people can join it for free once the community owns the server. It might be something like that. I got a lot to figure out on that kind of thing, though. But I definitely got to make it support itself. I can't be footing the bill for everybody. Exactly. I'd rather pay a sub than be exploited by somebody stealing my data. Yeah. I mean, that's exactly what I don't want to do. I would never do that. I mean, I won't. I hate that business model. You're looking at the anti microtransaction guy. I'm the anti advertisement guy. Like, I won't even use a product with ads in it. If I have an alternative, I will do the alternative. You know what I mean? Like, dude, I cut cable way back just because I got so sick of it. Just wasting my time. So I won't do anything like that. I would never do anything like that. And as you know, I'm a fan of subs. So it'll be something like that. A solution for gamers by a gamer sounds good. Yeah, I feel like, and I'm probably not alone in this, but I've been running game communities for 20 years. I've been a gamer for, I don't know, guys. I don't even know how long I've been gaming for. When did the Sega Master System come out? Well, before that it was the Atari. Shit, so freaking old, dude. I don't know. I've been gaming for at least 40 years. That's all I know. So between 40 years of gaming experience and 20 plus years of running a community, and then also being a systems engineering guy, I feel like I'm somewhat qualified to write this app. 2600 Atari, that's the one. That's the, I think that's the first game I really can remember gaming on. I did game on something older. I don't even know what it was. It was something my grandfather had, and it was just Pong. But I was so young then I couldn't remember it. Connor, single pay model or monthly? It has to be monthly. You can't do a single pay on something like this, unfortunately, because the more people use it, the more it costs, you know? Like there's recurring costs on the infrastructure there, so there has to be recurring income coming in from the people that use it. But again, you know, I'm looking. I'll look for whatever options I can come up with. Like maybe, again, like a TeamSpeak model, maybe where the community can pay and then all of its users can use it. You know, up to a certain number of seats or something, or maybe I do something like where everybody can kind of chip in. I don't know yet. I'm still. I gotta get the thing finished and ready first before I figure all that out. But it's on my mind. It's on my mind. Aether Drift, 100% behind you, Grollo. Can't wait to see it, mate. Sign me up as a beta tester, buddy. Yeah. Cool, man. Appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. A lot of people have been reaching out to me about it. I've been trying not to talk too much about it, honestly. I don't want to, I don't know. I'm not the kind of guy that likes to talk about things before they're ready or before, you know, I have something to show you. Like, I don't like to talk about vaporware. So, but I'm working hard on it. That's why you've seen less YouTube content, sadly, because I'm juggling, you know, my real job, running a community, my family, being a husband and dad, like all that stuff. So, something's got to give. Anytime I start, like I pick up a new hobby, and I would call this more than a hobby at this point, but I couldn't really take time away from any of those other things I was talking about, so it's definitely come out of my YouTube budget. But I'm trying to get to this point where I can start spending more time on YouTube again. So it's the only reason you've seen less videos. I'm still trying to do, you know, this live stream each week and a Thursday SCLs. Like if CIG ever stops doing the SCLs for a little while again or something like that, I'll probably fill that in with some other content. But I really want to get back to the point of like doing one like straight to YouTube, more polished video a week. It's been tough juggling it all. That's all. I'm not trying to make excuses. Just that's where we're at. First PC, Commodore 64. Yeah, I have one of them. Subs over ads, but don't mind MTX as long as respecting value. What's MTX? Not like the hundreds of bucks that Asian MMOs expect you to burn on a... Oh, microtransactions, got it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of microtransactions, but we've talked about that a lot. There's some that I'm okay with. It really depends on the context. I'm okay with tasteful ones that don't impact the game. Warlock, I was thinking on this, Grillo, the new Nix social stations have been added as home locations, so wondering why also not Grimhex. Oh, I got you. And maybe some additional... Yeah, I'd be down with that. I mean, I don't see any reason why they couldn't be homes. Oh, Admiral, you had an Amiga, dude? Oh my gosh, I wanted an Amiga so bad. When I got my first PC, I went to the computer store near my house, and I was shopping, and I was looking at the PC. It was just a clone PC. It was a 386 SX25. Was my first my first real PC. I'd say my first modern PC. And it was sitting right next to an Amiga, man. And I was looking at the Amiga, and the Amiga was running Alter. What was it? What was the Beast game on the Amiga? A real popular one, man. Ah, dude, I'm drawing a total blank. You had the same first computer. That's cool. I'm drawing a total blank. Something Beast. Oh, God. Ultra Beast now, wasn't that? That was Sega, man. I loved Ultra Beast. I had that on the Genesis. Shadow of the Beast. That's it. You guys remember this? Dude, anyway, at the store, they had an Amiga playing this, and then they had the PC games next to it, and this made the PC games look like trash. I wanted an Amiga so bad, but it was even more expensive than the PC. I couldn't swing it. The Goat IO. I'm excited to see it. Yeah, I can't wait to show you, Connor. Can't wait to show everybody. It's gonna be exciting when we finally lift the curtain on it. You could do a yearly contract model. I could. Just got here. I was having dinner with the family. Nice. Welcome. Welcome, Jack. Honestly, I don't know how you find the time to do all that. Yeah, me either, sometimes. Crazy. Before I'd use a software someone else writes randomly from the internet, I'd need to see source. Or if you're private, that's fine too. Otherwise, I'd like to hear the approach to security and... What? Yeah, that's fair, Zorander. I doubt I'll be sharing source code for it. But I would gladly talk about security. And a lot of people have asked me about on-prem, like, you know, if they could run it like TeamSpeak, where they run like their own version of it. And I can tell you that the first version, that will not be the case. It'll be more like Discord, where it's multi-tenant. So if you want to run your own community on it, like, we just handle all the infrastructure and everything for you. But seeing the shit that Discord's going through right now and the safety and privacy concerns and all that, like, it's definitely on my mind to do a self-hosted version, but that will not be 1.0 on this application. But it is a goal of mine to offer that as an option. Same on an Amiga. So expensive though back then. Yeah, as an IT worker, I've never seen worse code than corporate security tools. So true, man. Oh my gosh. Your first PC was a 386? Hell yeah. Amiga 500? I don't even know the model numbers of the Amigas to know what that is, but Gregson had the same first PC. Anyway, check this out. I want to play just a little bit of this. If you guys don't remember Shadow of the Beast. Now keep in mind, this was, what year did this come out? $1989 is when Shadow of the Beast came out. So what other... Let's look at some other PC games at that time, before we watch Shadow of the Beast. Here we go. This is a good one. Look at this. Man, that game looks sweet. Mattermost has good on-prem teams like that. Teams like chat, nice. Again, I'm going far beyond like Teams or Discord. This is going to be a lot more than a chat system. I'll just say that. Okay, what's this? Heroes Quest. Look at this thing. Look at the graphics on that. This is 25 DOS games from 1989. Look at the combat. Oh man, those were the days. Awesome, this gaming. All right, yeah, I really appreciate the interest and support. Bard's Tale. Oh my gosh, that game was amazing. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead here. Rick Dangerous. This game's I remember playing a game like this for the Atari, but the graphics were even worse. It was all white on black. Load Runner. You guys remember Load Runner? Anybody play Load Runner? Check this out. Yes, for the Atari XL, Load Runner. Oh man, I played the hell out of this game. Except this one has color. Mine was just white on black. Yeah, you could like monkey bar across these pipes, climb ladders. I forget what the hell the point of this game was. But my gosh, I put so many hours in this game. Yes, that's right. You had a thing where you could dig through the blocks. Anyway, let's go back to the 1989 games. What the hell is this? What the hell is this game? Primus? I never played this. 3D though, in 1989, that was definitely not nothing. How far games have come, right? Well, I'm setting the stage for Shadow of the Beast here and why I wanted an Amiga so bad. Let's jump to A10 Tank Killer, 1989. Here you go. This is the kind of stuff that was running on the PCs in that shop I went to.
7 completely new missions, one of
There we go. Arkanoid. Look at those sick graphics. Actually pretty good. What's this one? Neuromancer. Oh my gosh, dude. I love this game. Anybody play Neuromancer? This game was the shit. Loom. Oh my gosh, Loom was a great game. I never played Monkey Island. I played a lot of Neuromancer. This was like cyberpunk genre. What's this? Harpoon. Never played it. Looks like shit. What's this one? Space Quest 3. These games were actually really fun. They had so many Quest games. You guys remember they had oh man. I'm gonna draw a total blank. They had Space Quest, Heroes Quest, obviously. There was another one. You gotta do another video with Helios? Absolutely. We just gotta get Helios a new mic. Wasteland. But yeah, Helios has a lot of really good ideas on combat, especially. He was in the chat earlier today. I don't know if you had a chance to catch him there. What's this? Wasteland. I remember this. I played the shit out of Wasteland. Oh yeah, this was a great game. Yeah, you'd walk around this overhead. Yeah, man. What else? Got the tank platoon. Warlords. This looks like a game I would love, but I don't remember this. Indianapolis 500. This is how racing games used to look. Pool of Radiance. That was a great game. Curse of the Azure Bonds. I don't even remember that game. F-16 combat pilot. Rockstar, what the hell's that? I don't remember this at all. Looks like a fancy text adventure game. Street Rod. Starflight. Man, look at these graphics. Oh, Sword of the Samurai. Oh man, that's funny. That's actually pretty good. That's not bad. Battle Chess. Oh my gosh. Look at these graphics. You guys remember this? I played a lot of Battle Chess. These actually might be the best graphics we've seen so far out of 1989. Archon. Oh my gosh, I loved Archon. Yeah. Battle Chess was awesome, dude. Space Rogue. Look at this one. Yeah, Archon was amazing. I played so much Archon. Holy shit, look at this Indiana Jones. This is some decent graphics. Huh. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade is the first drive-in movie I ever went to. That's wild. Okay. We've seen some 1989 PC graphics. Now let's go look at the Amiga. Shadow of the Beast, man. This is what was playing. Same year as those other games. Let's jump ahead to some gameplay. Look at this. Holy shit. This was light years ahead of those PC games. And not to mention the audio. We didn't even listen to the audio in those other games, but it was mostly beeps and boops compared to the audio in this game. Problem was the Amiga couldn't do 3D well. I don't think PCs could do 3D well at the time either, man. Did you see some of those 3D games we were looking at? They were garbage. This reminds me of Ultra the Beast a little bit. I wonder if Ultra the Beast or Ultra Beast was inspired by this game. But yeah. That's why I wanted an Amiga so bad. Was Ultra Beast Psygnosis? That's a good question. Doesn't seem like it. What year did this come out? This was... So it came out in 1988, the arcade. It was right around the same time as Shadow of the Beast, but this was the arcade. I don't know which one looks better. I feel like Shadow of the Beast on the Amiga might look a little better than Altered Beast in the arcade. What do you think? Is it just me? They're close. The Altered Beast gameplay was way better though. Like the combat was obviously superior here. I remember this. I remember at the time thinking these were hard mechanics. Anybody remember Rastan? But I wonder what... Well, the Genesis was definitely a superior machine to the Amiga. But anyway. Cool stuff. I don't think I ever got to this far where you could be the Flying Beast. I don't even remember that. I never... Actually, come to think of it, it was my brother that had the Genesis. I never even owned a Genesis. I didn't have full-time access to this game. I only played it in the arcade. And you could be a lot of different shit. I didn't know all this. That's cool. Huh. Favorite old PC game from the 90s was Magic Carpet 2. I don't think I ever played that one. We weren't rich enough for the Amiga. Yeah, me either. I never owned one. I wanted one. Exciting time in gaming, no doubt, man. Trying to think, my favorite, dude, one of my favorite games of all time. Anybody remember Magic Candle on the Commodore? To this day, talk about sandbox. Magic Candle was ahead of its time. That's funny. The name of the company was Minecraft. Or no. I don't know what that means. But yeah. Yeah, dude, Magic Candle was I don't know. It was along the lines of the old D&D games. You had a party of up to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you had 6 characters in your party. Each one of them had oh, they're just gonna show the ending. That's no fun. Oh my gosh, remember this? um, each one had its own character class and everything. You kind of, I think you picked pre-built characters, but you could customize them, or I think you could customize them completely right from the get-go. It had like a whole world you played it, but it was very sandboxy because you could travel to towns and get jobs for your characters, and so you could leave like this character at this town doing this job, and he would earn money by doing the job. And you come back later, pick him up, and take whatever money he earned and apply it to the adventure party. It was wild, man. But yeah, I played this on the. I didn't know this was out for DOS. I played it on Commodore. So even back then, they were doing cross-platform gaming. Anyway, I love that game. Those amazing EGA graphics, right? Yeah, yeah, it is like it's a lot like Pool of Radiance. Oh yeah, this is like one of the towns you could visit, find jobs for your characters. There's so many skills, man. Like characters had all kinds of different trade skills, combat skills. I mean, it was pretty in depth. EGA. More like the early Ultima, yeah. The Ultima games were good, obviously. Ultima is what led me right into MMOs, and here we are. 30 years later or something like that. Escape Velocity was another sandbox space game. Never played Magic Candle though. I never played Escape Velocity. Was it an old game? Oh, this looks good. 40 years later, yeah. Man, this reminds me of a game I played on the Dreamcast. Hmm. Nice. Dude, the sandbox has always been my game. I would probably love this game. And that's why I love Magic Candle. We're speaking of the early Ultima games. I mean, Ultima Online, the first real MMO that we ever had, was really the first sandbox MMO we ever had. You know what I mean? Ultima Online was very much a sandbox MMO. Was what before Ultima? The Magic Candle? Um, 1989, man. It seems like all the good games come out in 1989. First Ultima 1 was 81, so 4 was 85. So 4 came out before Magic Candle. The first Ultima I played was this one in 1990. I never played. Ultima 6 was my first Ultima. I never played any of the earlier ones. Yes, you can say that there were other MMOs before Ultima. I usually give Ultima the credit, but yeah, I understand AOL and CompuServe had things before that, but I think Ultima was the first graphical MMO that played over the public internet, right? UO is a pivot point, yeah. Yes, I played MUDs and Mushes. That's why I said graphical MMO just now. I know you could call them. You could probably make the case that they were. Well, they were at least multiplayer games. I don't know how massive. I don't remember how many players were on them. Yeah, I wouldn't call them an MMORPG now. I don't think they had super large player counts. At least not the ones I played. Excuse me while I ban somebody. Alright. First Ultima I really got into was U7. What's one after my Blackgate? Yeah, I played the Blackgate. I think those are the only two I played, was 6 and 7. I didn't play anything after 7 until Ultima Online came out. 1997. It's kind of crazy they brought out Ultima 9 after Ultima Online. I didn't know that. But I do remember the Blackgate being a huge step up in graphics from 6. It was crazy how fast things advanced back then, you know? UO had the sickest cover art. Yeah. I don't even remember the cover art for UO. Oh, this is what it was, wasn't it? No. Yeah, okay. I do remember this. I had this box. Man, what a time. I still had dial-up internet when I was playing that shit. What a game. What a game. Awaken. Yeah. You guys remember anybody who played Ultima 6, man, the character creation in that? Where you saw the gypsy along the road and you were answering the questions? Anybody else like learn what every question did? And how to get exactly the stats you wanted to start with? I remember playing on XY coordinate multiplayer space game over BBS on dial-up modem with the Commodore 64. Yeah, I played a lot of Trade Wars in BBSs. I racked up quite the long distance phone bills, finding like the most popular Trade Wars games on like long distance BBSs, dude. I was so hooked on that game. You'd argue BBS titles like Trade Wars for the first MMOs? Well, I understand where you're coming from, but I think that they're missing the massive part. I would say that some of the early MMOs, like they were definitely multiplayer online games, no doubt, but massive? I've never played a Trade Wars universe with thousands of people in it. As fun as that would be. Player counts only exploded with EQ1 and especially WoW. Still angry with WoW for stealing all your EQ1 guildmates? Yeah. First multiplayer was hooking two computers together with Serial to play Duke Nukem. Hell yeah. Dude, we used to, yeah, LAN parties used to be so big. I remember hooking PCs together with serial cables, parallel cables. Anybody remember Laplink? I'm trying to remember, like... we used to get like 3-4 PCs hooked up together, playing some of those, but it was before Ethernet. I can't remember how we hooked all those PCs up anymore. Was it like a daisy chain system? I can't remember. Been too long. Never got to play the Ultima games. Had Heroes of Might and Magic. Heroes of Might and Magic was a great game. Especially that, there was one in particular I played a lot of, where you could choose between the fighter, mage, and thief. Had really good graphics. Oh wait, I'm thinking of a totally different game. Never mind. I think I'm thinking of a totally different game. Here's my magic. Was that the strategy overworld game? Pagan was an interesting experiment. Yeah. U9 was a worse bug fest than Star Citizen 3.18. Wow, that's bad. Especially since getting updates back then was pretty tough. You still have the UO cloth map somewhere? That's amazing, dude. I wish I had mine. So bad. Dude, I was so freaking pumped for this game. I actually didn't play it all that long. This was before I really got into, obviously, MMOs and stuff, since it was the first one, but, it's kind of fitting for the way we started the live chat today, talking about PvP, PvE, and the exclusive zones and all that stuff, but what turned me off in Ultima Online was the PvP. And I remember I started playing it, and it was my first online experience, and I sunk a ton of time into like crafting and all that stuff in the starter area, like whatever town you started in. I think it was one of the only safe zones in the game. Well, I don't know. I didn't play again. I remember going to all these stores and doing some trading and doing crafting, all this stuff. And it wasn't until the second day I was playing the game that I finally stepped out of town for the first time and I got annihilated and all my stuff taken. I had to start over. I'm like, okay, so I started over and I got some geared up again and got all the stuff, and I stepped out again and I got annihilated. That was it. I eventually came back and played some more, but yeah, I left the game pretty quick. Pretty much your experience, you as well, yeah. After I came back with a little bit more resilience, but I still didn't play that long. At the time, I did not see or understand the value that brought to the game, so I left. What kind of character was I in Ultima Online? I played a I forget what it's called, Beast Tamer? Is that what it was called? The one that could tame forest animals and stuff? So many people play, yeah. Yeah, unlike others, I was happy when they added Trammel, nice safe zone for players to do what they wanted. I don't think I was playing whenever they added that. Went to Moonglow to buy reagents, stepped out of town, and paralyzed Moonloot. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The Tamer was pretty meta, yeah. Oh, I didn't know it was meta. I really like the idea of taming an animal. I'd never played a game where I could do that, I don't think. We had to dart back and forth from mine to Medic. PvPers would stealth watch us mine, and like we had overseers watching us slave away. Nice. Seen so many Unleashed Dragons getting pulled through towns later on. I don't think I ever actually got far enough that I actually tamed my first animal. If I did, I don't remember what it was. Tamers having dragons was so sick. I wish I got that far. Carbide, you like Dark Age of Camelot? Kept PvE area separate from PvP, which was the end game to fight overholdings. Nice. I totally missed Dark Age of Camelot. I wish I had played that one. The MMO I played after Ultima Online was Guild Wars 1. I played a Mesmer in Guild Wars 1. Well, it depends on if you count Neverwinter Nights. I played Neverwinter Nights after Ultima Online. I played the shit out of Neverwinter Nights, dude. The original? I wouldn't call that an MMO, but we hopped around. I played with 2 other people, and we just spent all of our time exploring custom servers that other people had built and set up. We'd pick a custom server, we'd roll some characters on, we'd play through the max level, and then we'd go find the next custom server. It was really cool, actually. Talk about infinite worlds to explore. And then after Neverwinter Nights, well, as soon as Guild Wars 1 came out, we jumped over to Guild Wars 1. I enjoyed that for quite a while. Played a Mesmer, we leveled up through the end game of that, and then I got to the end game and I quit. Again, by that time I still was not interested in PvP, and that seemed like all there was to do, so I left, and ironically I went to a 100% PvP game, which was not even an MMO. It was a UT2K4. Who remembers that shit? Dude, Unreal Tournament, I played... To this day, I don't know if I have more hours in any game than I did UT2K4. You couldn't jump in Guild Wars 1? Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right. The Run UO server emulator software actually made you fall in love with C Sharp? That's funny. Huh, that's cool. Hell yes, dude. Unreal Tournament. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah. I put so many hours into that game. That game got me comfortable with PvP. Cali days? I don't remember that. Ultra Kill, yeah. Dude, after Unreal Tournament, after I was done sinking my life into that, I think WoW was the next MMO I went to, yeah. World of Warcraft would have been my next MMO. And I remember I was coming off UT2K4 into WoW, and I finally got to the end game of WoW. Maybe not even end game, but I started running Battlegrounds. And that was the thing that actually really hooked me on the WoW, was the Battlegrounds. And I remember I went out and I found an add-on that gave me the Unreal Tournament announcer voice in WoW. And my gosh, that was the greatest thing ever. So when you got kills in Battlegrounds, it would do the same thing, you know? Multi-kill! Ultra kill! That was so amazing, dude. But, like, I could not enjoy WoW Battlegrounds without that add-on. I had to have that. OG one-shot laser rifle, capture the flag. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, capture the flag. Yep. There's so many cool game modes in that game. Freaking fantastic. I love the levels with the low gravity. IPX Networks emulator for DOS and Windows. Huh. Unreal Tournament facing Worlds Alone ate up probably 500 hours of my life. Nice. Space weapon mods? I don't remember the phasers. Game Spy. Oh man. Those were the days. Dude. Dude, the graphics were better than I remember. Man, I don't remember it looking that good. Well, one of my other tabs is speaking. Which tab is speaking?
Incorporating all three major factions and ushering an era of peace and prosperity. The other two storylines, Pirate and Federation,
what the hell?
I'll cover each major plot very briefly. The Veloth storyline has you play as a telepath who gets enslaved by the Bureau, and you're forced to work.
I got so many freaking things playing. Here we go. It does still look good. What's up, Shadow Lord? Yeah, dude, flat gun. I love the flat gun. Oh my gosh, dude. This brings back some memories. And you know what? I don't remember, at least whenever I played, I don't remember a lot of cheating, which later played games like this.
Rampage.
Oh.
Flawless victory.
Oh, I thought he died. I thought he died finally. Good times. Let's see another map.
Flawless victory.
Yeah, these outdoor maps were awesome.
Rampage. Double kill. Adrenaline. Double kill.
Yeah, that's good shit. This was the only game for a while, dude. I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. I still don't know if I have more hours in any game than I did this one. I remember coming home from work and freaking sitting down at the PC, and I would be on this all damn night. I was actually good at it for a while. I don't think I've been good at an FPS since. I wish I had my accuracy that I had then, now, when I'm playing FPS in Star Citizen. You know what I mean? Tribes? I never played Tribes. Like, after UT, I never played another first person again like I did this. Like I said, I went from this to World of Warcraft. And then I was in MMO land ever since. Unreal Engine came a long way, yeah. Ever tried Rift? No, I never tried Rift. The one thing Unreal Tournament 2004 had over the first game was defend maps. I really enjoyed those, yeah. Games like this really train your natural reflex shooting, yeah. Dude, I have nowhere near the reactivity or aim that I had back then. I was actually a force to be reckoned with on these maps, but dude, if I try to play a game like this now, I just get wrecked. Tribes was amazing. Wish I played it. Playing this against real people was so much better than the bots that stand in place in this video. Yeah. I never actually played against bots. I forgot that you could. I only played on the online servers against others. It was usually me and one other buddy would team up. It had a team combat mode, didn't it? I might be thinking of a different game, but did this have a mode where you could have vehicles? Or am I thinking of a different game? Including like some kind of a jet or something? Maybe it was Tribes. There was a mode I played in an FPS game that you had, each side had a base, and you had to do something to overcome the opponent's base, and you could be on foot, but you could also be in, there was multiple vehicle types, like there was some kind of ground vehicle, and then there was like a jet, and other shit. Yeah, maybe it was Tribes. thought so, Icewind. Yeah, there was a mode with opposing bases, right? Yeah. Gosh damn it, I hate watching stuff. Sorry. I hate watching videos on friggin' Reddit. Yes, the Manta. Onslaught mode. Thank you. That's it. Dude, I played the shit out of this mode. Yes. Yes, this was it. Yep. Oh my gosh, I played this so much. Man, I'm sitting here like moving my mouse like I want to move the camera. I would have never remembered it was called Onslaught mode. Yeah, that was a great game. Family favorite in my house growing up. Nice. Tried to go back and do a bot match at my old difficulty level. Haven't got the reflexes or aim anymore. Yeah. Me either, Iceworm. So I'm saying I wish I had my aim and reflexes that I had then. Now, like when I'm playing FPS in Star Citizen, I feel like such a goober at times. Like we'll be doing a bunker mission or some mission in Star Citizen. I'm usually the first one on my ass. Makes me think of that Toby Keith song, you know what I mean? About once in my prime or something like that. No, this is not Halo. This is Unreal Tournament 2004. Oh, got you. Yeah, these are the days. He went 84 kills before dying in a raptor once on a map on Unreal 2K Forum. You don't have those reflexes anymore? Yeah, I'm with you. Dude, I wish. Yeah, I am so slow now comparatively. Want to be fair, Grolo? You aren't helped? Party member shooting the good guys? Yeah, I mean, there's that. Far Cry? On Half-Life 2? Wow. Wow. And we're still getting Far Cry expansions. Don't think they've changed much? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine they did. I mean, what more can you do with them? Other than make something as immersive as Star Citizen. I would say, you could call Star Citizen an FPS game, but it's next level for sure. We'll see if SC changes my mind, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Speed Racer? What are you talking about? UT2K4 needs a rebirth? Yeah, man. I would play this with updated graphics. That would be cool. Oh, well, I probably wouldn't. I say I would. I think that's nostalgia speaking. Because I would get in there and I would get annihilated is the problem. I actually don't know if I could practice enough to be good anymore. Know what I mean? Oh, we certainly went down a rabbit hole there. All because somebody was talking about owning an Amiga. We could have grandpa matchmaking? What is this? That was Unreal Tournament 2004. You were amazing at it, young and peak ADHD? Yeah, so was I, man. That was the last FPS game I was good at. I was damn good at UT2K4. I was just saying, like, I think I have more hours in that game than probably any game since. I swear. I don't know. Well, World of Warcraft might have eclipsed it. Unreal Gold. I'm hoping that Star Citizen eclipses it. I'm sure it will. But, yeah, man. Those were the days. Playthrough of what the hell's Daikatana? What is that? Never heard of this. When did this come out? Ever heard of Kenshi? No. Maybe a plus of OSID? Dude, that's actually a good point. Like age bracket matchups? That would be amazing. I'd love to go play against people my age. Y'all remember Ani now? Most brutal RPG ever? Cool. Oh, Kenshi! Is that one of the old AOL or CompuServe things? I've heard of it. Have a good night, Admiral. Oh. Probably a reason I never heard of this game then. Minesweeper? Uh-huh. Is it tree time, Zinley? Total Annihilation, never heard of it. Anybody remember, what the hell was it? Hexen? Talking of FPS games. Might be one of the more unique ones. You get to play a wizard. Turn people into chickens. Sacrifice? No. There's a Hexen too? What? What the hell? How did I not know this? Oh, wait. 1997. Hexen 2 might have been the one I played. I don't know. No, I would have played Hexen 1. What? PlayStation? No. I played it on PC. Yeah, this is the one I played. Very, what the hell, what am I thinking, what's the first, 3D FPS I played? It was, Wolfenstein. The graphics remind me of Wolfenstein, man. Not as good as one. Yeah, I never played two. But we, this is one of those games that we would do LAN play versus each other. I remember turning each other into chickens and shit. It was so fun. Yeah, Doom. Picked up Crimson Desert. I've heard a lot of people saying a lot of good stuff about Crimson Desert. I might actually have to pick that up. Play it a little bit. I'm going to play the new season of Diablo as well. Check out the Warlock. I'll probably stream that. I'll play with Zinley here. Solo RPG, yeah. I heard it was supposed to be an MMO, and then it was supposed to be a multiplayer game, and then they shipped it as a single player game, and I would love to know the story on that. I'm looking up Kenshi. Somebody recommended it. Open world survival, huh? I like how you have all these stats for your different body parts. Like Desert Online people, so I expected to be paid to win MMOs. Yeah, exactly. That's actually why I hadn't really given it much attention. But now that it's launched as a single player game, I was like, maybe. Well, I've watched a few people play it now, and it looks way too interactive for an MMO. So that was interesting. Which makes me think that they actually shifted their strategy quite a while ago, but I don't know. I'd love to hear the story. Surprised I didn't know about Kenshi. I never heard of Kenshi. I'm a staunch sandbox lover, but contrary to what it may seem like now, I have not been diehard into PC gaming all my life. And so I missed a lot of titles. I've kind of gone in and out of PC gaming. I've only really become rerouted in it as of whenever New World shipped. That's when I really got back into PC gaming. Prior to that, I was doing some gaming on my Mac, mostly World of Warcraft or EVE Online. But I just kind of dabbled in both of them over the years. And I did a lot of PlayStation gaming for a while. All the PC gaming that we were talking about was early in my life, and then after Unreal Tournament 2K4, actually Unreal Tournament 2K4 was the last. That was the last game I played on PC before making the jump over to Mac. And the only thing I played on Mac was World of Warcraft. And then I got PlayStation, so I did a lot of PlayStation games for decades. I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years. Until I finally came back to PC gaming with the launch of New World. That was kind of my trajectory. So I missed a lot of that. It was in between games. It is a shame I wasn't gaming when PlanetSide 2 came out. I missed that one. I hear a lot about that one. Rip New World, for sure. Pour one out. So mismanaged, dude. That game could have been so much more. I wish I could kickstart buying New World. I think if Amazon... I don't know, man. It could have been so much more. Like that's a good example, guys, of a game that was incepted as an open world sandbox game that was going to have player building and all this stuff. And I was in the beta of New World, and it was a totally different game than what was released, right? And whenever they released, you could still see all of the underpinnings of what it was during alpha and beta. And it started out as like this horizontal progression game, and with a really, actually pretty creative crafting system and an economy where the stalls were independent and you had to travel, and like all the systems were there to support a sandbox horizontal progression game. And then they pivoted and they went more theme parky, and all those horizontal sandboxy systems that they had built did not support that theme park model. And yeah, it like you saw how it panned out, right? With the PvE-esque progression. People just achieved everything that they were going to achieve, and the sandbox stuff wasn't there to keep people engaged, and so what did they have to do? They had to bump the item level and turn it into a vertical progression game, and they just never fully made the transition properly. But every like big patch that came out, they kept whittling away at the underlying sandbox fundamentals. Like the crafting system was core and central to the game in the beginning, and every patch dismantled that. if you remember. I don't know how much you were paying attention, but like they kept making it easier and easier to ensure that you could get what you wanted and you would never lose it, and so on and so forth. And yeah, they're just, and that created the need for a continuous stream of content, which they could not deliver. And that's what killed the game. I think had they not shifted from their beta and alpha design, they would have been much better off. But I love New World in the beginning, man. And then every patch made it worse for me. You know what I spent all my time doing in the first couple weeks of New World? Was just traveling between all the towns. I was a traveling merchant, man. I would scout out like what was selling here and what was, you know what I mean? And I would carry goods from one to another. Man, I love that shit. That was amazing. And then I got into the crafting big time whenever, you know, they had basically the RNG crafting rolls, which, you know, a lot of people didn't like, but I understood the importance of that. Like, not guaranteeing you get what you want is what kept the economy flowing, especially since gear never left the economy. So at least the random rolls slowed down the progression to people getting exactly what they wanted. It made it almost impossible for you to get exactly what you wanted. And that was critical to sustaining the economy and interest in the game. And as soon as they brought out those patches and they introduced the scarabs and all that crap so that you could now choose all your... You could start choosing more and more stats, right? And eventually it got to the point where you could just choose all your stats and then you were guaranteed to get exactly the item you wanted. And they could no longer slow down people's march to the end. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier whenever we were talking about exclusive mode and why I'm against exclusive mode, or was against exclusive mode, until I kind of reasoned my way into a way that it could make sense. But this is the exact same shit, where you give the players the ability to get a perfectly safe progression right to the end, and boom, the game dies because now it's boring. Like, people will often argue for these conveniences and for these ways they think they want the game to be. You know, they want to smooth out the rough edges and they want it to be more approachable, more this and more that, and more my way and more the way I want to play, more that, and then when these developers cave and they give it to them, like, it just ruins the game, and then they quit because now it's boring. I got everything I wanted. Unfortunately, it was almost impossible for New World to remain as the game as it was designed by committee, and they thought they could implement whatever feedback they got and still have a desirable product. Yeah, exactly. You can't design by committee. You can't design by community either. You can't listen to the community. You know what I mean? Like, I see CIG dealing with that now, and I'm like, guys, do not listen to us. Do not freaking listen to us. Listen to Chris. Build the game Chris wants. Do not listen to us. We're just gonna fuck it up. You know what I mean? Ugh. Gets under my skin. I liked it when you can guarantee one of the primary stats and one secondary. The gambling was so fun. Exactly, Zenly. That's what kept us in it. Dude, I remember, like, we would go out and we would do so much gathering and finagling. We'd be working the market. We'd be doing all this shit. There was a big group of us, and we'd get all these materials together so that we could all do a bunch of rolls. And then we'd all get together on Discord, and we'd all have, like, put all of our stuff in, and we get everything queued up. Everybody would be streaming their rolls. Like, everybody would want to watch everybody's rolls. Like, it was so much fun, dude. And then couple patches later, it's like, you know, I got my golden scarab, I got this, I got that, I picked my stats, boom, I got the gear I wanted. There's nothing more to it. But hey, people asked for it. People demanded that. People demanded themselves right into the game being shit. And they got what they wanted. That's the funny thing. They got what they wanted. And now there's no game. You know? And I know people might see it as a stretch, but like when I first heard about the exclusive mode and stuff like that, I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, we got to be careful. I think there's a way they can make it work, but still, we got to exercise caution. It's not a black and white issue. It's not about, well, I want to play the game my way and you play the game your way. It's not about that. It's about coming up with a system that sustains itself. And there's a lot of ways of doing that. You just got to be careful about it. They got to be careful about it. Loudest is usually stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I don't think a game for everyone has to cater to everyone. You know, I read a really good comment on one of my, I don't know if it was one of my videos. I think it might have been one of my shorts, but the guy comes in, or the person comes in, and they said that a lot of people will go play a game that does not cater to them because that's where all their friends are. And that is so freaking true, dude. I saw that in World of Warcraft. I saw it in so many games. Like, I remember I played on a PvP server in Original Vanilla, and I couldn't tell you how many Care Bears, or whatever you want to call them, or PvEers, you know, I mean, there's all kinds of, I don't call people that. I'm trying to use the internet's vocabulary here, but I can't tell you how many people that were not interested in PvP that were on that server. Why were all these people that hated PvP on a PvP server? Because they had friends there. Like, they were willing to put up with that to be with their friends. And so yeah, anyway, the whole point is that a game for everyone does not have to cater to everyone. It just has to be a damn good game. Griff, thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate the gifts, dude. It means a lot to me. Huge help. And I hope everybody that received one of the gifts enjoys. Really appreciate it, man. Sorry, I got on my little soapbox there, but if CIG would release private servers and you could run a server where no one starts with their pledges, would you still play on the official servers? I don't know. It really depends on how pledges and everything are implemented in the final game. Like I said earlier, I think that pledges and the insurance system, it has to feed into the economy. Loss has to feed into the economy. If they can't implement that, then yeah, I'd be tempted to go play on a server with no pledges if it existed. But if they implement that properly, then I have no issues with pledges. It's about here's our system and how it survives. Hope you enjoy it, and we'll fix anything that's too broken. Yeah, exactly. Heading out. Hope you have hope you did too, Griff. Have a good evening, man. Really appreciate you stopping by. I hate PvP, as mentioned before, but I have to admit that the MMO where I've been the most interactive with the server population was Age of Wushu, an open world Wuxia MMO. Even worked on a community UI patch there. Nice. Open world, open PvP MMO. So what? So you hate PvP, but you were the most engaged there. Why? Could you explain why that was the most engaging? Or one of the most engaging? I'm not being critical or anything like that. I'm genuinely curious. This is a really good tidbit. Definitely the people you met. Yeah, exactly. Don't think I'll even log on. Let's toss girl on the big screen. Make a drink? Hell yeah, dude. Enjoy. Shit, they're on the mediums right now. I should have logged on because this is where we get most of our conflict. I'm gonna go see if they need help. I'm gonna log on just in case I'm needed. I can remember how to Oh right, my PC crashed earlier. Nothing set up the way it usually is. There we go. I'm still running everything remotely off my other PC. I'm just streaming it to this one. Although I've been using what the hell's it called? Parsec, but I want to try Moonlight Sunshine. I've heard that's a lot better. But definitely the people you met. Plus the gameplay was so enjoyable to me that it overcame my disdain for PvP. 3 times. How's it looking out there, Taunus? Oh, there's shenanigans tonight. Okay, I'm logging in. I enjoy PvP a lot more when there's PvE reason forcing me to, like when Pure Iron was only... Yeah, I know, I'm with you. I enjoy it a lot more that way too. I mean, it creates the conflict naturally. It's not forced, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, Zulius, that's what I'm saying. You need a good game. It doesn't really, I think a lot of people that say they hate PvP and won't play PvP, I don't know how much that holds up in reality. If the game is good enough and the people, you know what I mean? Like, and they find their place, I just don't know. Again, not to say that everything needs to be PvP. But I would be surprised if not surprised, that's the wrong word. I think people, in my experience, people have a lot higher tolerance than they claim to have. That's the way I'll put it. That's why I play SC despite the danger? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's possible. There we go. All right. Yeah, I agree, Thomas. I completely agree. You can't be in danger 24/7. You got to be able to have that downtime. But I do think there needs to be incentive. Like, if there's no need to do it, people will never do it. I can't say never, but like, I think PAX Day has gone way too far in making it optional. It's actually easier to get all the resources in the PvE areas now. There's really no reason to even be out here. We're just doing it because we're stubborn. And we want this sandbox gameplay so bad, you know what I mean? Like, we want to fight for territory and own territory and making the best of it, but bases, yeah, dude, bases are gonna be sick. Nice, Italy. Tonta said there's shenanigans tonight. That's why I'm rushing out here. I just got on though, so I can't answer that question. Hey, Deviant Jones. Want to chime in with your vote? +1 for no separation of PvP and PvE, and +1 for exclusives. So where we settled, Deviant, was, you know, we spent some time all, aligning on what the problem was. I think we got that done, and then we talked about possible solutions and why it's a problem to begin with. And you know, I was definitely in the camp of I do not want exclusive zones, but I think I came around to how it could work. Be interested to hear your thoughts on that. But it's really tough to present. I'm going to do a follow-up video on YouTube that everybody can consume. I don't know if I'm just going to clip the conversation we had tonight, or I might even just do a completely separate video produced, because I think it's a big enough issue to warrant more discussion and hopefully get other people thinking about it. But I think at the end of the day, what is important is that when a significant number of items produced in the verse, they need to have risk factored into the cost. Even if we are going to have players completely adverse to risk and not wanting to operate in an environment with risk, I think the production of the item still needs to incorporate risk. And therefore, I think some things need to be exclusive to PvP zones. But at the same time, I think the vast majority of resources it takes to construct things should be available in PvE zones. Or high security zones, depending on how you want to talk about it. And I think that would be enough to fix the problem, and it would allow players to choose the type of environment they want to play in. Oh, we got enemies here. Ah, they're getting away. I don't think it's that simple, Deviant, but I get what you're saying. Even if it's a quarter, if the exclusive is guaranteed, it still is likely to be the path of least resistance and the one everybody will choose. And it's really hard for me to make the case without going into everything that we talked about earlier in the show, which is why I want to do another video, you know, specifically for YouTube. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. If Zinli would have caught him, you would have, man. Want a Dendrain? Go check this tree first. My hat is crusty. It's not even my hat. I looted this off somebody. I mean, it's my hat now, I guess. Yeah, Deviant Jones, I think we're saying the same thing, though. Kind of. I just think there needs to be, it's not just less. You need different resources in the two types of zones. And I think that would solve it. How's that drink, Zinli? Yeah, I personally don't think quality or quantity would solve it. I think it has to be different. But I'll get into why in the video. I think we all want the same thing, though. But I appreciate the vote. And you might be right. I could be wrong. But I don't think I am. A lot of games have tried the quantity and quality thing, and I have yet to see one that pulled it off successfully. How's the mining shit look for SC compared to E for me? I mean, the mining is, it's not as AFK friendly as Eve. Very very much active mining. But it's probably the best system in the game right now. Yeah, it's an actual activity, yeah. Like, you gotta know what you're doing. There's a lot of depth to it. There's a lot of ways to mine. You can mine from a ship. You can mine from a ground vehicle. You can hand mine with a tool in your hand. You could do like cave dive mining. You can do lunar mining, planetary mining, one with ground vehicles, or you can do the same thing with spaceships, or you can go to asteroid belts with spaceships and mine that way. But it's very active. I mean, there's a lot of setup on your ship if you're doing ship mining, especially. Choosing different types of lasers, different mining lasers have different components that go into them as well, which change the strength and the stability and all. There's all kinds of different properties of mining, and all that gear adjusts all that, and it makes your ship better at different types of mining or cracking different types of rocks. Like, you get a lot of power to crack the biggest rocks, but then that really lowers your stability. It makes it really hard. There's like a mini game you got to play whenever you're mining to get your laser power just right to crack the rock. And if you fuck that up, you blow the rock up and destroy your equipment. So it's very engaged. Yeah, what these guys are saying in chat. Yeah, it's definitely not press E to mine. Exactly. Eve mining was great for the social aspect. Funny, huh? People laugh at me when I say the only thing PAX Day needs to become a real game is a horse and a cart. But the reason I say that is because it accomplishes so many things, and the primary thing it accomplishes is turning resource gathering into a social activity. Because right now, resource gathering is a solo activity, and that sucks. I think in any game like this, your resource extraction has to be like an A-tier activity. It needs to be social. Agree, disagree, Zenly. PAX Day's biggest missing feature is a cart we can all throw lumber into. I'm glad that demo worked, Dan. Yep. See, that's what I was saying with the exclusive mode shit in Star Citizen, man. Why did Zinley stop mining? In PAX Day. Nothing more to achieve. And if they're not careful with exclusive mode, you're going to see the same thing in Star Citizen. All right. Wow, look at all this fancy shit. It was all new. Damn. Got some shit going on here. Yeah, I see that. Hit 40 and everything and started building. I like this tower. What? There's even more? What's this? Who is this? Melipan? I see. Cool. Gonna go build a Xeris, make them look bad? Hell yeah, do it, dude. We need some shit at Xeris. I need to check the fires. Yeah, somebody filled them. You merge different people's plots buildings. That's something I wish more games did. Only you can connect multiple plots together to get it to make like a bigger building space, but the permissions are not very fine-grained. Like you can't. The permissions are basically anybody in the clan can build on it, only you can build on it, or only elders can build on it. That's all your permissions. Yes, you can do that, Zulius. You can do that in this game. Two people can smash their plots right up against each other and connect their stuff. You can see that right here, actually. Like, I own this plot, and this tower over here is an adjacent plot. Actually, if I don't even have a hammer on me. I gotta build a hammer. I'm gonna go build a hammer. Yeah. Okay. Well, I was going to show you visually, but yeah. If you have a hammer, you can actually see the property lines. But I never played Albion, but I've read a lot about it. I fired it up once, but I couldn't get past the way it looked like an MMO, or the way it looked like a mobile game. I wasn't interested in playing it on mobile. I fired it up on the PC, but it doesn't support my ultra wide. So there's huge black bars on the sides, and it just kind of looked mobily. So I didn't play. I wish I could get past that because it sounds great. How long did you play? Yeah, dude, if it was a PC first game, that's probably what I'd be playing right now. Instead of PAX, but... I'm gonna take a quick bio break, guys. It's been a while. And, I don't last that long anymore. I'll be right back. I'm back. Camera off for just a minute while I finish a little bit of food, though. So Albion was supposed to be PC first? I did not know that. I thought it was always mobile first. Didn't know Albion was an Amiga or PC game. Huh. Today I learned. Oh yeah, Big Daddy Saphir. Let's look it up. Never heard of this. $19.95. Is this the one you're talking about? The space game?
He has to traverse his way through different areas to find the Toronto and possibly make connections for his people and the different species and try to get everyone to get along or to...
Oh, this is just the intro? Is this a sandbox? Like open world RPG type thing? Hmm. Gotcha. Looks good. I mean, 1995, this would have been, yeah. Maybe above average graphics for that time. I love how the like the old school trail of characters walking along. I played so many games like that. Like anybody play Phantasy Star? Just walking along with 4 people trailing together like that reminds me of Phantasy Star. Female Jar Jar. I played Phantasy Star on the original Sega Master System. It was a good game. I was just catching up on some chat. Yeah, about 17 minutes. Are we heading out yet? No. I think your Master System with the PS1 cartridge is still at my parents' house somewhere. Master System with the PS1 cartridge? What's that? I always thought it was weird that the original Sega Master System had Phantasy Star 1 cartridge. Holy shit, yeah. Yep. Dude. I spent a lot of time in that game. You know, I got to the very end of that game that I don't know if you got to the end, but the very end has the the maze that you got to get through, but it's all black. There's no way of seeing the maze. Pitch black room, and you got to navigate this maze. And I got so frustrated, dude. I could not figure my way through it, and I don't know why I didn't think to just write it down on paper, but I didn't. Anyway, that was before the internet, before hints, before anything. Sega had a line that you could call to get help with any game, and I actually called this line and asked them how to get through the maze, and they sent me in the mail a paper booklet with instructions on how to get through the maze. And then I got through the maze, and then I fought the last boss, and I beat the game. But yeah, it was amazing, dude. Imagine now calling Sony up and asking for help to get through the level of a game. And actually talking to a human. Like I did. I talked to a person. Like I called them and I talked to an actual person. And we went back and forth. And I said, you know what? I'm going to send you this book in the mail. And yeah, a couple days later, I had a thing in the mail. Crazy, man. Different times. We need more people in gaming. Yeah, right? We need game masters in games back. I wish, Zenly. I'm actually gonna go check Sarah's fire. Just put my mind at ease. Somebody top this one off. I want to make sure they top that one off. Nope, glad I checked it. Oh shit, we don't have any wood up here. Gotta be some. Yeah, okay. $82 I'm spending. Record that on the sheet. What did I say? 82. There we go. We good. We topped off. Coming back. PlayStation Magazine with the demo disc? Oh, dude. Yeah, I need it. Yeah. Spreadsheet's not in dark. I don't. Does it even support dark mode? I don't know. Need my grace. Packs. Ronda's prefabs. Yeah, you're not limited on building, that's for sure. As far as prefabs, I don't think so. Well, I understand what you mean right now. It would be great to get a fight. All singular building pieces, like a wall square, but requires foundations. Yeah. Oh no, it was all tiny pieces we built freeform. There's no arena prefab. That's all custom. Yeah. Hundreds and hundreds of pieces. Star Citizen will take the, if I understand correctly, Star Citizen's going the prefab route. Which I think makes a lot of sense for Star Citizen. Going to be more performant. I mean, Mainframe is dealing with a lot of performance issues because of their building system. Not that it performs badly. I mean, at least not on my hardware, but on some hardware it does. But yeah. In their updates they put out, it's a routine topic that they are improving performance around building, and they've actually recently started putting in more restrictions. Because, you know how people are. People go nuts. And they will break it. Yeah. It's definitely an impressive system, but everything's a trade-off, right? I wish you had. I can't wait for him to post it. If you find it, please link it to me. I can't wait to discuss it. Oops, wrong way. That's funny, Zenly. Well, next Saturday's stream, I'm fairly confident we will be playing in 4.7 on live. So that'll be cool. I can't wait. Maybe we can find some action and see what the armor changes look like in practice. What does 4.7 do? So the 4.7 patch is bringing crafting into the game for the first time. Holy shit. People are almost dead up here. Guys. What the hell, guys? See me save their lives? I'm a hero. They'd have been dead without me. Shoo! Tauntus, what the hell's going on here? Anyway. Yeah, they would have been goners. Anyway, what else is 4.7? So, crafting in the game for the first time, which is huge. It's not a lot right now, but we're gonna be able to craft basically FPS gear, armor, weapons, ammo, that kind of stuff. We're getting a bunch of combat changes, so they're bringing in armor for the first time. Ships are going to have armor values. It's going to make it so that, you know, smaller ships have the harder time penetrating the hull of larger ships and stuff like that, which is big. Radar changes. A lot better radar functionality. You're going to be able to have radar. You're going to be able to install new radars and stuff on your ships. There's going to be a lot more. Going to be radars for sale, and you're going to be able to allocate power to radar. It's another thing in the power management pool that you're going to be able to tune. And the larger the radar, the more power you put into your radar is going to amp up the range at which you get aim assist, and also pips, like on your screen. These little like square pips pop up to show you where enemies are at. Those will pop up further away. So it will just improve your ability to hit targets further away. Shielding balance changes. What am I missing, guys? New missions, obviously, like the Rock Breaker thing, which we were talking about earlier in the stream. What am I missing? Help me out, Wolf. Am I missing anything? I think those are the big items. crafting is the biggest. By far. Been a long time coming. I'm jumping around like a spastic monkey and they're probably getting upset with me. Yeah, crafting and radar. Huge. Armor is actually really big too. It's like a numerical change more than anything, but it's really going to change the combat meta, I think. Because up until now, the meta has been light fighters and that kind of thing, but now that light fighters are going to be less effective, if at all effective, against the hulls of larger ships, it's really going to shake up the battlefield. So, while not a huge system change, I think it's going to be a big gameplay change. Yeah, so what they're doing to armor is, up until now, once you get through the shield, ships just have a hit point pool. And you deplete the hit points and you blow up the ship. But now, they're introducing armor such that the power of the weapon shooting the ship has to exceed like this threshold that the armor gives you in order to do any damage at all. And if you exceed that, then you can start to damage the armor and the hull and weaken the armor so that other weaker weapons can get through the armor. But if your weapon does not exceed that, it basically does nothing. It does dick all to the ship, so yeah. Now this in and of itself is a placeholder until they get something called Maelstrom into the game, which gives you localized damage on ships. And it basically does away with the hit point concept completely, and damage will actually be physicalized at that point. So that if you shoot a certain area of the ship, you do damage to that area of the ship. Exactly. You cannot sink a battleship with an AK-47. That's what these armor changes introduce. Yeah. Yeah, if someone melts it all with a big laser and just leaves you a little bit of wood on the bottom, then you can shoot through that with your AK-47 and sink the ship. I didn't even know there was an armor health bar at the moment. That's how present armor is the game. That's how present armor has been in the game up until now, at least from my perspective. I don't know, Zilly. I'm not in comms at the moment. I don't know what's going on. I'm just following the crowd. I'm just here in case they need a hero, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's super duper secret, yeah. Unless they're watching the stream, then it's not super duper secret. I mean, the tree's been up for 5 minutes, so I'm not sure. Right? Can't wait for Star Citizen landscapes to look like this. It does. I think it'll leapfrog what we have in PAX here. Yeah, seriously. Let's compare the two. Which one was this? This is not the most recent one. I think the most recent one was even better. There it is. Oh, tree time. Wait, what? We're not doing the big one? Okie dokie. It's a trap. Keep forgetting to refill my fuel. Or my fuel. Refill my food. Had good food for a long time. Yeah, I know. I've been persisting off whatever I can grab off the ground. Or other people. I'm so bad at getting restocked. Yeah, how much HP is that? Yeah, I'm just gonna aggro everything in the zone. Oh, here we go. That was a very sneaky entrance I made. I thought somebody was going to be here. All right, let's compare this view. Take it in. We're going to compare this to Genesis. That was great. It's cool that somebody cut all that out of Citizen Con Direct into a single video like that. And I lost my peeps. Where the peeps at? Alright, looks like they this way. Yeah, I hadn't seen that yet either. Somebody basically clipped all the stuff out of Citizen Con Direct and put it in one video. There was a Terra Greybox video years ago showing how it looks. Yeah. No, I'm not dead in PAX. I got sidetracked. I'm stuck with a 5800 X3D. This seems to have some silicon degradation after 4 years. Oof. Wish you could find AFK healers in packs then. I hope that's true, Dan. I hope that's true. I mean, the mountains in this game look good too. They just don't have spaceships flying around, which hurts them. That's terrible, Zinley. If war stays its current track, we'll have World War III before GTA. Oh my god. That's terrible. I haven't even been watching much news. Are we winning? I guess that's probably a silly question, right? There are no winners in war. But... Whoop. I mean, there's no politics here, Zulus. It's, I mean, there's bombs being dropped, right? I'm not politicking. I'm just, living in the world where bombs are being dropped. That's all. Or missiles are flying, or what the hell ever. If you turn on the news, they'll tell you how amazingly winning we're winning by. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't watch the news much. The only news I do watch is YouTube. You know, I watch, there's a bunch of people that on there that just talk about this shit. I don't really watch much of it, but every once in a while I'll open one for a few minutes just to kind of get an idea. I love the rise of like boots on the ground reporting on YouTube, you know what I mean? Like just random people with a passion just going into these areas and showing you the upfront, honest stream of what's happening. That is a good change, I think. Like moving it away from the unlocking it from like the whatever biased media outlets we've always had. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I don't watch any mainstream news really. Funny, man, but YouTube has become my primary video service, like by far. I spend more hours on YouTube than Netflix, Prime, and everything else combined. I just like to see all these numbers go. Yeah, right? The lo-fi girl? Nice. I wouldn't say I'm on it all day, but I'm on it a hell of a lot more than any other video service. Somebody just hit me, bro. There, take that. We'll have like an in-alliance brawl here. Wouldn't that be a hell of a thing? You're on YouTube right now, yeah. Me too. Just from the other side of it. It doesn't look much different on this side, I can tell you that. I'm on your TV. That's funny to think about. But I watch a lot of YouTubers on my TV as well. Especially at bedtime. Or when I'm winding down for bed, I should say. I found this great channel I really love called The Sleepy Scientist. Highly recommended. It's this dude who likes to talk about physics and space, and I just love that topic. But he does it in the most boring voice imaginable. It's so great at knocking you out. I need YouTube for nap. Yeah. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Check out The Sleepy Scientist, man. I fall asleep to watching you, yeah. I don't know who Stephen Wright is. Warhammer lore? Nice. Dude, I was browsing through my feed the other day, and I came across Star Citizen ASMR. I shit you not. I mean, you can find anything on YouTube, man. It was it was like just somebody just flying around the verse or something, just real quiet and chill like. It was so funny. It's not Sleepy Scientific, it's the Sleepy Scientist. That might be Sleepy Scientific, might be something different, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, check it out. If you're into falling asleep to space. It's funny because long before YouTube became my primary medium, the show I used to fall asleep to all the time was The Universe on History Channel. You guys ever watch that? Binaural audio? I don't know what binaural audio is, Emily. I'll have to look that up. But it might be similar to the stuff I listen to while working. So while I work, I just put these YouTube scenes up that just have like this low, mostly kind of like humming background noise. But they have a cool scene associated with them. I'll put one up so you can see it. I have that shit playing all day while I'm working. Helps me focus. You miss History Channel having the awesome history stuff? I know, dude. They used to have the greatest shit. That used to be one of my favorite channels. And definitely what I would fall asleep to. Tasting History with Max Miller? Never heard of it. That's how you get to sleep? Nice. Binaural is like bounces left to right ear, and the frequency level is different for each ear, so Keeps your brain awake. Interesting. I've never heard of that. But I'm sure it works. Nutmeg Tavern. Lucid dreaming sounds good. Does anybody here remember from back in the 90s, whenever internet radio was first becoming a thing? The channel Digitally Imported. If you're into electronic music, you might have heard of it. Yep. Internet radio. But Digitally Imported was probably the most popular one that that focused on electronic music back then. Anyway, you may not know, but they are still going strong, man. They have been an internet radio station for as long as internet radio has been a thing, and I've been a subscriber to them for shit over 10 years now. They have their own app and everything now. They got like, it used to be one channel, and now it's like, I don't even know. They have so many different genres you can tune into on demand. It's pretty cool. They have a free version too. You don't have to be a sub, but ICQ radio? What the hell? I've never heard of that. I did use ICQ though. For anybody who used ICQ back in the day, do you know how they came up with the name? Interesting little trivia fact that I don't know how common knowledge it is. Yeah, okay. I didn't know how common knowledge that was. I always thought that was cool. What, Zenly? Zulius answered it. He's right. It was not a dating app at first. Your comms platform needs to have the old Windows Media Player or whatever. Oh, man. Not a bad idea. I used ICQ and then I went to AIM Anybody remember AIM? AOL Instant Messenger? I can't even believe AOL was a major player in the instant messaging space back then, but sure as hell it was. Then I used Jabber for a while. I never used MSN. Yeah, I never had MSN. But I ran a Jabber server, and Jabber supported instant messaging bridges to other instant messaging platforms. So I would log my Jabber client into our Jabber server, and then it would establish a connection to AIM for me. So I'd be logged into AIM too, so I could accept Jabber or AIM messages. There was one other one I thought, but I can't remember what it was. ICQ died whenever AIM came out, though. At least from my perspective. There could have been other shit going on. And I can't remember what the other one was. AIM status messages were more iconic than entire Facebook profile? Yeah, right. GChat, yeah. That came along much later, though. Yeah, I never used MSN Messenger. Jabber and AIM were my main ones, but I mean, Jabber was born to try to break the trend of us all going to proprietary instant messengers, but it kind of failed in its mission because we're all still using proprietary message platforms now. Think about it. Every platform we use to communicate is a proprietary vendor locked-in platform. I mean, you got Discord, GChat, iMessage. I don't know what the hell Google uses on Android, but Facebook Messenger, Snapchat, it's all vendor locked in shit now. So Jabber really lost that battle. Jabber really wanted to do for instant messaging what SMTP had done for email, along with POP and IMAP and, you know, all the open source tools. But it just couldn't wrangle it. Dude, we've lost so many open platforms and specs over the years. IRC used to dominate chat like Discord does now, but we replaced IRC with vendor systems. Kind of sad. But that's what Polish will do for you. Really, that's what it comes down to, is the user experience. I think users have proven they will trade the user experience for openness, or they will trade openness for the user experience any day. Definitely crazy how the internet was like this series of websites. Now 99% of the traffic is on a handful of websites. Yeah. Consolidation, man. We sold a lot of freedom and ownership for convenience. We absolutely did. Remember news groups? That was like the it was basically the open source forums, right? They were distributed, replicated. I mean, there was so much solid functionality there in news groups, and we just traded that for stuff like Reddit and Stack Overflow. I mean, we traded it for other stuff long before there. News groups died out pretty early on. It was originally replaced by website forum software, and then later gobbled up by Reddit and Stack Overflow and all that shit. Reddit is terrible. Forums will have a comeback. If I have anything to do with it, they will taunt us. The platform I'm working on integrates forum-like discussions tight. Trillion. I forgot about Trillion. I used that for a while. That was just a client, though. I don't know if they had their own network. I don't think they did. Like, you could do AIM and MSN and Yahoo and everything through Trillion. It's also forced, just like how we can destroy countries with trade sanctions and remap the world. It's even easier to, in the digital environment. Yeah. So, like, news groups kept going for pirating? Yes, that is true. They did keep going for that. Subscription service greed levels are about to make a new golden age of pirating. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I was I caught wind of a little bit of that. Like, these services started out reasonable and they kind of destroyed pirating. Not totally, but like, I remember when everybody was stealing music, right? And then Apple comes out with iTunes and they're like, yeah, 99 cents a song, and suddenly nobody was stealing music anymore. Everybody was buying it just because of the convenience. But yeah, as we keep going along, it just seems like, yeah, the prices just keep going up, and it's just going to push people back to going around it instead of through it. That's the way of it. I mean, yeah, it's I cut cable real early on, like back in shit, Blockbuster was still around when I cut the cord on cable, right? I went to Netflix, their DVD mail service at first. And I was ripping the DVDs and storing them locally and to make like a media server that I could play all my content anytime I wanted. And I also got TiVo with a, well, TLDR, I was building like my own little media server. And then as soon as Apple TV came out, I stopped doing all that because I did the math and I sat down and I'm like, okay, if I just buy the movies I want on iTunes and stream them to my TV whenever I want, I don't have to maintain a media server anymore. I can stop buying the hard drives. I get rid of the time that I'm spending ripping stuff. I can cancel my Netflix DVD subscription. Like, I figured out all the stuff I could get rid of and the number of movies I wanted and how much that would cost. And I actually calculated that it was actually cheaper to just do it through iTunes. And so I scrapped all that stuff and I just did it through iTunes, and I started buying whatever I wanted, and I didn't have to worry about anything. I didn't have to worry about backing up the shit or losing drives and wiping, you know what I mean? There was just a whole bunch of hassle I got rid of by doing it. But now, here we are, all these years later, and I go and I look for a movie on iTunes, and they're like, either it's not for sale because of reasons, like there's these windows where you can't buy it, or like when it first comes out, they hike the price up to like $25, $30 for a, it's like $25 for a rental now when a movie first comes out. Freaking insane. Yeah, Plex was awesome. Jailbreak Fire Stick, put in a lot of work. Nice. Is that what you're still using? I still got Apple TVs everywhere, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do next if all this shit keeps up. I don't know if it much matters anymore. I do everything through YouTube now, so. Home server farm with the SC backend. Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do, Zenly. I just sub to stuff on and off. Like I just resubbed to HBO because of the new that new Game of Thrones show, but as soon as I'm done watching it, I'll unsub. I'll pay like a month at a time on stuff now. I even unsubbed from Netflix. They just didn't have any shit we wanted anymore. I subbed to Paramount for a while because I was watching that. I watch like one show at a time at max. I don't watch a lot of that TV, but Oil Man, or I don't know. That was a great show. Whatever the hell it was, like Oil Man or something like that. Landman. That's what it was. Landman. There's a One Sunday Watch. Oh. YouTube Premium is worth its weight in gold to me. Yeah, Landman was awesome. That was a great show. Invincible? I haven't watched that. The only thing that annoys me about YouTube is I don't think it gets rid of ads if you sub to a channel, does it? Like that boggles my mind. Like, why the hell don't they have that implemented? I think Twitch does that a lot better. Saves 99%. Oh, it does? Oh, okay, cool. I thought it didn't. Well, I'm not talking about premium. I'm talking about if you just sub to a channel. I know premium gets rid of ads. But you can also sub to a channel, right? And or become a member of a channel, and that should get rid of ads on that channel, even if you're not a YouTube Premium member, in my opinion. That's how it works on Twitch. I wish YouTube worked that way. On the TV without premium, it's the apocalypse. Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Zero. That's what I'm saying. I just... Like, I'll wait for a season of something, and then I'll subscribe, and I'll watch the season, and then I'll unsubscribe. So I'm paying like 1 month, you know what I mean? Watching like an entire season of Game of Thrones for 12 or 15 bucks or whatever the hell the monthly sub is, that's not a bad deal. That's a lot of entertainment for 15 bucks. Yeah. Is that almost out? House of the Dragon Season 3? I can't wait for that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Zolius. But if you join a channel, I don't think it gets rid of ads on that channel, which is stupid. It is a little bit of admin work. It's not that much through Apple TV, which is what I have. Because on Apple TV, all your subs are managed on your phone. Like, I could just scroll through my subs and hit cancel, cancel, cancel. And then if I ever want to rejoin, you just do it right through the TV UI. Just say rejoin. Well, it's not that bad. Season 3's out? Really? What? I didn't even see if we're still doing shit. Everybody's hanging out here, so I don't think so. What the hell? I didn't know this was out. No, this is June 2026. Oh yeah, that's not House of the Dragon though. Yeah, I'm watching the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That's a totally different series. House of the Dragon season 3. This is a totally different storyline. Yeah, Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I just got to watch the season finale. Sir Dunk. Yeah. The Pit? I haven't seen that. Really? I'll have to check that out. Pit. What's it about? Oh, medical? My wife loves this medical stuff. I haven't watched anything medical since Dr. House. House was the bomb. Every time I go to a doctor in real life, I'm like, why can't they be like Dr. House, man? Just figure this shit out. Why I gotta send people around like 100 different doctors? House did it all, man. That's what we need. Each episode is an hour in that day. Agree, House? Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah, Hugh Laurie. I used to love the way they did 24. Man, I was cracked out on 24 back in the day, man. We used to my brother and his girl and we used to get everybody together every time there was a 24 episode. We'd order him wings or pizza or something and just sit there and veg out and watch the episode. And we were cracked glued to that TV for that hour. I had TiVo at the time, and so we would start it, 20 minutes late so we could skip through all the commercials. But we definitely did it near live. Yeah, 24 was great. House and Criminal Minds. Oh my gosh, dude, you'd fit right in here. That was our two jams for a long time too. I think my daughter grew up to get into corrections work because of Criminal Minds. Or to get into criminal psychology and all that stuff. And I'm pretty sure it's because of Criminal Minds that she took that route. I just saw your screen, Srazuli. That's funny. Nice. I look good on your mantle, dude. You know what, though? You have a Star Citizen logo right on your mantle. How's that make you feel? Yeah. Yeah, she was a big fan of Spencer. Next time she's on this channel streaming with me, you guys have to ask her about Criminal Minds and Spencer. You'll get a... if you want to get her going. You guys like CM, but part's just a bit too campy for me. Garcia. Oh. No, a show I love though. Dexter. That was my favorite crime show. You talking about Garcia just reminded me of Dexter. Dexter the American Hero. I don't know about all that, but dude, I love that show. I was so sad when that show went off the air. And then they did like the reunion a few years later. It was alright, but... I don't know. They should have left well enough alone, honestly. Dokes. Sergeant Dokes. Oh, dude. Watch Blackadder for a good laugh. And the British version of The Office. Dude, I love the American version of The Office. I've never seen the British version. But Michael Scott and really it was Jim and what was the dude's name? Oh, I love Black Sails. I saw that whole series only. Jim and Dwight. Jim and Dwight. Holy shit, man. They made that show. Here. This is my favorite Office scene. This makes me laugh just thinking about it, dude. There. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my god, I love that show so much. I don't make comedy like that anymore. Oh. Damn. Those two made the show, no doubt. But I heard the British version was good. I just, I never watched it. The IT crowd? No, I've never seen that. Or the IT crowd? Wow. What was that about? Another good one was Silicon Valley. That was a good one. Yeah, no, I never saw this. Kind of has comedy like that. Nice. Oh, man. Oh, about people working in IT, that was probably my jam then. Have you seen Silicon Valley? No, I don't know the IT crowd. But Silicon Valley was about people working in IT in Silicon Valley. That was a good one. I'll have to check this out though. I'll watch an episode of it. But yeah. Definitely my kind of humor. Oh man. It's tough to find like a synergy like Jim and Dwight had. Man, it was so good. Like the main actor in that, Michael Scott, I forget the dude's real name, but yeah, he was he had a weird synergy on the show too, just because like he wasn't even all that funny directly. He just had this like he evoked that emotion from you where like you were embarrassed for him, you know what I mean? So between that and the shit that was going on between like Dwight and Jim, and it was, I don't know, man, it was just like this perfect dynamism. You haven't seen that one? Oh yeah, check out Silicon Valley if you get a chance. It's probably like Office-like humor too, but it's about people working out in Silicon Valley and for IT. And do you work in IT, Connor? If so, you would get it. IT Crowd Fire? What is this, like a YouTube series? Is that really true? Is that the emergency number in England? What's this?
Oh yeah! Let me log in on this one.
Come on, you little bitches, let's go. That's right. Oh, snap. Oh, not now. Oh, you just so suck. Oh, come on. Oh. Fuck. Hello?
Yeah, dude, it's Chip up in sales. What's up, man?
Nothing, I'm working. What's going on?
Hey, you here in Building 3?
Yeah, I'm in Building 3.
Well, why do I have to call an outside number to get to your desk?
Well, look, I don't want to get in an IP telephony conversation with you right now, but...
UP telephony? IP urine. That's great. Let me totally fell for it.
That's a good one.
Alright, so what, dude? We got a problem. The website's down.
I'm sorry, what?
The website is down.
What's...
Black hole. I can't get to anything.
Fuck!
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, it looks like it's up to me.
Well, I rebooted my PC, and it's still that way.
How many times did you reboot?
3, man. You always told me to do 3.
Well, hold on. It's up. I mean, I can check to see if Apache's running. Apache is running. Oops.
I don't know what this Apache is, but either way, I'm still not able to
tell
get
it to
what
the
I need.
port. You can get HTML. Like, it's running.
Okay, well, I'm still not able to get what I'm looking for. Nancy said that you guys rebooted last time. I don't know. I mean,
Do you want me to reboot the web server, even though it's
I'm just
running?
saying that that's what Nancy said you guys did last time. Okay?
Well, I can reboot it now. It doesn't make any sense to reboot something that's
Okay,
running.
well, I'm just telling you what Nancy said. That you guys, you guys rebooted last time. I'm not saying anything about you guys. And, I
Sure,
don't know.
why not? Let's reboot it. I mean,
I don't know
it's
this
nice fun to
IP.
reboot a web server. I mean, that'll take 15 minutes, so, I can get back to
Wait,
what I was doing.
wait, something just happened. I can't get to the homepage.
What do you mean you can't get to the homepage? I just took it down.
I just tried to get to the homepage and I can't
You
get
could get to the homepage before?
Yeah, I was getting to the homepage and now I can't get to the
You
homepage.
told me that the website was down. Fuck. So the website wasn't down.
Well, maybe that's not what I meant,
The
okay?
website's down now.
Whatever it's called, the World Wide Web.
The internet?
It's slow. Everything is just slow.
You don't know the difference between the internet and our website?
Nancy, is your web working? I told you it was working. No, I know. He
Oh my
rebooted the website.
gosh.
He rebooted it.
Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, this is Trevor. I work for the City of Arvada, population 10,000, and I was just looking at our website, www.arvada.org/Arvada Harvest Festival, and I get this error message, page cannot be displayed.
Well, it's because the website's down.
Huh?
Oh my god. Look, the sales guys upstairs took down the website, so we're waiting for it to come back.
And then I
I guess it was
tried.
Trevor.
I tried Arvada Harvest Festival / Pumpkin Patch, and that wasn't on there. And I tried Harvest Festival / Beanbag Race, and nothing's
You
coming
talk
up.
to
And
people like this
literally
weekly.
have the mayor.
I
breathing
feel
down my
bad
neck
for you,
right now,
man.
So we need to get this back up.
Alright, well, it should be up by now, honestly.
They call it online. We gotta get this page online.
Alright, Trevor. Well, let me, can I call you back when it's up?
You know what? Call me back at this number. Literally, I have the mayor breathing down my neck. ArvadaPumpkinPatch.org.
Okay. Check.
Huh?
Alright, I'll see you later. Okay,
Down because he rebooted it. I don't know. I don't know why he did it. Why do you? So what? Say that again.
listen. Oh, what was your name again? Chip?
Chip.
Can you
I didn't ask
hold
for
on a
it to go
second? Hello?
Did you take down the website?
No.
Well, Nancy says you did.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Why the hell did you do that?
Well, the sales guys
Well,
were...
didn't you get my email about not taking down the web server?
No.
Well, I sent it to you.
Well... Hold on. Because I don't see it.
Well, this is weird. I don't see it here. Okay, well, maybe I didn't send it to you.
Yeah, because... seriously, you might get it.
Well, the email said don't take it down because it won't come back up without being powered off.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. Thanks a lot.
I'm sorry. Look. Chip,
Yeah.
look. Okay, the website's not coming up now because you made me take it down in the wrong way.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to get Laszlo to power it off. Can you hold on a minute?
Alright.
All the dude wanted to do was play his FPS game.
Fucking Laszlo, come on.
Hello, Derek, you fucking idiot. What rack is this in?
I'm sorry, what?
What rack is the system in?
It's in rack 5. Yes.
Rack 5?
Rack
yeah, Alfie
5.
told me that you took down the system.
Yes. It was an accident.
What did he tell me?
Just reboot it.
You need the system rebooted.
Yes.
Which one is it?
It's gray. It's on the. It's like third down.
They're all gray.
Oh my
No,
gosh,
third down. You
Dan.
see the gray on the
That's
bottom.
funny.
From the top or the bottom?
From the top.
You tell me.
It's.
You tell
Jesus.
me.
It's gray.
I can't hear anything.
I know. Shut up. It's gray on the bottom.
From the bottom.
It's gray on the bottom. Not on the bottom of the rack.
From the top?
Yes.
Oh.
You just powered off the exchange server.
I'll be the top one.
You just powered off the
Fucking God.
exchange server.
Yeah, I did both of them, so you should be good.
Oh.
Alright, later.
Thanks a lot. Ah.
I don't know. I guess he didn't take it down right.
Chip.
Hey,
Well, you managed to take the email system down as well.
really? The email server?
Well, it doesn't have anything to do
You
with
just
the web
shut off
server.
all our email.
He shut off all of our email.
Laszlo at the data center rebooted it when he was trying to fix the web server that you asked me to take down. So,
How many times?
how many times what?
How many times did he reboot it?
Once.
Well, I think you need to try a few more times.
Look at.
Well, dude, we're having a quarterly sales call in 2 minutes. I need to get on the website or the internet or whatever. That's why I called you in the first place. Help a brother out.
What's your asset tag, Chip?
Oh, freaking
the
rip,
asset tag
dude.
is 287 JPC and the number 2.
Is that P as in Paul?
That's P as in Paul.
Okay. Where'd you get this? Whoa. Is this your desktop? Is the mouse?
Whoa,
moving?
my mouse just moved.
Okay. Yeah.
Do
well,
that again. Oh my god, you're moving my mouse.
it's remote desktop. What is your password?
It's just a letter A.
The letter A. All right.
Apple.
Just
You
the
looking at
letter
my desktop right
A.
Dude, how many programs do you have running? You're totally overloading your box. That's probably part of the reason.
Well, I use all these programs. You know, I got a lot of work to
Can I
do during the
close
day.
this?
Whoa, hey, no. You
You
can
wanna
no,
save it?
No, I need to save this.
Chip,
This is all my work.
look. You don't need this.
Oh my gosh.
Doing, okay?
I mean, all you
You
need
need
is
to
take
close
the
all my windows, okay?
closing that.
Left dude,
Chip,
you gotta slow down. with it.
AOL? Don't use AOL. It's dial-up networking.
Well, how am I gonna get through the internet without AOL?
It's broadband.
But I got like 4,000 hours for free.
It's. We have a corporate OC3. It costs like $1,000 a month. So don't use AOL. Whoa.
Can you carry
Oh
all my
my-
hours?
What is this? Ew.
My desktop.
What? They're icons. They spell "fuck you" and there's a picture of a penis.
Trisha did that when I took over a computer. She wasn't very happy.
Holy
Oh my
crap.
god, dude.
How long's it been like that?
8 or 9 years.
Oh my god.
You know, I just got so used to it. I didn't want to change it.
That's fucking awesome. Hold on. Alright, I'm taking a picture of this. Hold on just a sec.
Okay, so
Let me put this
seriously
on
though,
Boing
I've got
Boing.
like a meeting in 5 minutes. So whatever we gotta do to get like PC back.
Wow, this is going right onto Boing Boing.
What's boing boing?
Here's the
Oh
thing.
my God.
This is a problem. You can't have people looking at this, okay? Arrange your icons by name.
Whoa, no, I can't find anything.
What do you mean? It's alphabetical.
Oh man, I had everything exactly where I knew where it was. I knew that our website was at the very tip of the penis. And now I don't know where anything is. How many? You know, it's not that one. It's not that one anymore.
Oh my god.
Oh,
My Salesforce.com was on the right testicle. I'm not gonna be able to find anything. I got a meeting in 2 minutes, and I need the icons back the way they were.
well, I can't go back.
Dude.
There's no way to go back. You can't arrange them by
I
penis.
used to see people's desktop look like this. It drove me insane, dude.
Every fucking time, you guys do something entirely different. You know, you don't fix the problem that I call about. You know, all I wanted was to get the website back. That's all I needed. Can you restore it? You said you took a picture of it. Restore it.
Well, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could just make that the background for your desktop.
I don't care what you have to do. Whatever you gotta do to get this thing back.
Honestly, that probably won't solve the problem completely, but
Well, if the icon's in the same spot, I'll be able to get to them. Alright, so this is worse. Oh, wait.
I mean, that's just a picture on
that's
the
great.
desktop.
This is perfect. This is perfect. Hey, I gotta get into my meeting, so, you know, yeah, this is great.
You good with it? Cause
No, this is fine. I can find everything. I can find everything. It's fine. Alright,
okay,
so, I gotta go to the meeting. You know, thanks a lot, web dude. I'm out of here.
okay.
Oh my god, he just gets a picture of his icons
Jesus,
now.
what a fucking day.
Blue team, score.
Oh my god, dude.
Yo, I told you not to take the website down.
Oh my god.
Website down, but you had to get all intern up in this, and you did it. Yo, someone give me a blueberry.
Oh, it's
snap.
killer.
I said blueberry.
I have never seen that before. That is amazing. Thank you. Oh god. Woo. I can't even think of anything that classic. Maybe a conference call in real life. Have you guys seen that? I'm lightheaded. It's not near that funny though. But that's definitely one of them early internet videos that went viral. Oh god. He's gonna go to the meeting and try to freaking click on that icon. It's just gonna be a picture. That's great. And the whole time that guy's just trying to but he's like, you rebooted the Exchange server. Oh, that's funny, dude. Early on in my career, I started out as a systems guy, right? And so I was doing mostly just systems operations stuff. And I was working for this company, and I was responsible. I mean, this is back in the day. Like, nobody specialized. Everybody did everything, you know. And I was responsible for everything from racking switches and routers. We built the data center, racked and managed all the servers. And one of the servers that we were responsible for was the Exchange server. And the company I worked for, we were like, I don't know, a dozen people. We had a parent company in the same building, and they were like a lumberyard company. And the president of that company was like a big shot. He ended up being the president, or not the president, the governor of the state that I live in for like 8 years. And so his calendar and mail and everything was on this Exchange server. And I upgraded the Exchange server one night. It was like a nighttime operation. You know, we'd stay up till, 2 a.m. doing upgrades like this on important systems. And I was young. I was like, I don't know. I was 21 or 22. And I was laughing too hard. He made his desktop a pic and deleted all the icons. I know, man. Oh, dude, that was so good. I used to actually prank people by doing that kind of shit. Oh my god, it's so good. Made his desktop picture and deleted all the icons. uh, but but yeah, I was a young kid and just taking shortcuts. Like I didn't verify the backups were done right. You know, this is back when we were backing up to tapes, like physical tapes, and it was just a pain in the ass, like verifying anything. And I'm like, we'll just do the upgrade. It'll be fine. Didn't expect anything to go wrong. Well, obviously something went wrong with the upgrade, and I forget exactly what all happened. We got ourselves into a jam where I'm like, all right, we're gonna have to roll back. So we went to the backup tapes. We tried restoring this thing from tape. That failed. Somehow we got this system into a state where like, and it wasn't just me. There was another guy, like my senior at the time. I was doing the upgrade, but I ended up having to call him in to try to salvage the situation. And long story short, it was unsalvageable. We actually had to reinstall the server from blank slate, rebuild it. We couldn't preserve anybody's. We did manage to restore email, but for some reason we could not restore calendar, and everybody was gonna have to rebuild their calendar from scratch. And dude, this guy, like the big dog president, yeah, the cowboy days, exactly. Dude, he was not happy. I literally, I thought I was gonna lose my job. He was so pissed off. Somebody like him, I'm sure his calendar was just insane, but I didn't lose my job. It was crazy, but yeah, that's what I think of when I think of Exchange. Look up Roy D. Mercer. Okay, I've never heard of this either. What's this? I used to watch Prank Yankers. You guys ever see that? Yeah, Jerky Boys. Oh my gosh, yeah, the password is A. Oh my gosh, that's good. I'll have to watch the more of them. That's funny. Yeah, I love that kind of stuff, man. Jerky Boys, Prank Yankers. Yeah, I should watch all that. I've never heard of this one though. It was like OG. 13 years ago. That's just when this guy posted it. R.D. Mercer. I had to buy the CD to listen to that. It's from the okay. CD. Yeah, Hackers was great. That was a good movie. Oh man. Yeah, for anybody who spends a lot of time on conference calls. This is one of my favorites.
Trip Crosby
has joined the meeting.
Beth?
Has joined the meeting.
Hello?
Tyler?
No, this is Beth from ICS.
Oh, hey, Beth. How are you doing?
Oh, good. Yeah. Just making it, you know.
Tyler?
Has joined the meeting.
All right, well, this is Trip. Who's here?
Tyler's here.
Beth's here.
Okay, the purpose of today's meeting is to discuss the...
Yeah, I'll be able to do it in like 30 minutes. John?
Has joined the meeting.
Hi, John.
Hi.
I was just trying to go over the purpose of today's meeting, which is to discuss the deliver...
Tyler?
Has joined the meeting.
Sorry, guys, I got cut off. Is Paul here? Send him an invite.
Put in your access code.
No, that's your PIN number.
It should be a 9-digit number.
Try pressing the pound key.
Paul.
Has joined the meeting.
Any questions before we move on?
Yes, this is Beth. What's our best plan of attack for the second quarter?
Question
What
actually...
we should do.
Oh,
Go ahead. Oh, well, I think what we should do.
It actually
really
depends on
diversify.
how you look at it, because the
really come.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Given sales, we're at
really-
a...
I think
Let me just say that...
Okay.
That's a great graph, John.
Paul makes the big
Tyler?
bucks.
Well,
Yeah.
my main concern with the projections from last year was that they're just insufficient. I mean, they're not even taking into account.
Did we lose Tyler again?
Hello?
John, are you guys taking distributions? John?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute. Let me start over.
So I've prepared a presentation. I'm sharing it with all of you. You should be able to see it on your screen right now.
Got it.
I don't see a link anywhere.
It says I need to download a plugin.
We are all using Macs, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
How can you? Of course.
Financials are looking great. Paul, do you have any comments on staffing?
I was thinking about that because we get a few more contractor types in. Hold on, I'm sorry. Rex, get down.
I don't know. I feel like when I looked at the numbers last quarter, that you couldn't really tell a huge difference. So if we were to really tighten that up, then I...
To me, staffing is a huge impact.
What is that?
Is that me? Is that me?
It's not me. I don't think.
I just want to go over a couple of details as we move into our next section here. We got 3 new departments coming on board.
Break it up a little bit, guys.
By the end of Q3.
Driving to
So
a dead
I need
spot.
everyone to give me detailed evaluations each
Sorry,
month
guys.
so that we know. That's it, guys. Beth, you'll send out a recap email that could have basically taken the place of this whole meeting, correct?
Yep, always do.
Yeah, thanks for doing that, Beth. Dave, you been here the whole time? Yeah. Huh. Well, thanks everyone once again. Oh, one more.
Yeah. My half my days conference calls too. So I find that shit funny. Where's the lady driving through the streets of Chicago, bring her kids to school, stuck in traffic with kids yelling in the background? Fire truck sirens going, yeah, exactly. Legit happened on one of you. Hi, I'm Dave. Have you been here the whole time? Yeah. Huh. There's always that guy. Or gal. Oh, man. It's gotten better recently. At least where I'm at. But God, it used to be really bad. It didn't help though, like the tech used to suck too. Tech's gotten a little better. Anywho. It was good shit, man. AI recap are useful at least? Yeah, that's true. I work for a backwards company at the moment who doesn't do that. They are not. It's funny because it's you'd be surprised at what company it is, but they are so far behind on the AI stuff. It's not even funny. But yeah, I'm signing off as well. It's really late for you, Bella. Holy hell! Can't believe you're still up. Congratulations, I've gotten 100 messages today. I guess it resets when the clock rolls over midnight. Anyhow, this was great. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight. I'm gonna call it here. Appreciate the funny videos, man. That 1-0, that is the funniest shit I have seen, and I don't know how long. I gotta freaking bookmark that thing. What the hell was that called again? Yeah, I gotta bookmark this. I'm gonna put this in my my save folder. Thank you. I did appreciate it. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely put out a video this week on the exclusive stuff. I don't know if I'm going to clip it from this or make a whole new one, but I want to get that out. Thursday, I expect to be live again for SCL or ISC, whatever they're doing, and then Saturday we'll be back at this. Again, like I said, I'm trying to free up my schedule to do more YouTube content, but I'm also cracking hard on this coding project, so we'll see. But really appreciate y'all being here. Hope to see you again next Saturday. It was a blast, as always. I'm going to go massage my face. It hurts from laughing now. But until the next one. Stay tuned for Grolo's Comprehensive Warlock Guide on April 29th. Exactly. April 29th is when it's landing, right, Zen? Zinli and I are going to be going at the new Diablo release, and we'll be streaming it. Playing the Warlock. Should be fun. I like Diablo. It's always good for 28th. Okay, sorry, 28th we'll be going hard. I'm taking that day off work, and I'm just gonna push Diablo. It's always fun for a couple days after a new Diablo lands. So noon, all right. I'm pumped. It'll be fun. Until the next one, take care. Roll out.